Thank you for joining us again at Silicon Mountain Training, your source for computer training and support. Write to us or call us with your comments and suggestions. We'd like to hear from you. Now on with the program. Welcome to the world of Windows. In this program, we will discover the basic and advanced features of Microsoft Windows, as well as uncover some of the secrets to make things run better. This special edition program is based on Windows version 3.1, but most ideas can be used on other versions, including future releases coming from Microsoft. Any discussion of Windows must first include an explanation of what Windows really is. In its simplest form, Windows is an operating shell. It is loaded after your computer loads its operating system, usually MS-DOS. Its main purpose, from the operator's point of view, is that it provides a graphical user interface, making it easier for you to get in and operate your programs. It also forces programmers to write applications that follow a standard format, so learning new programs is easier. Beneath the pretty pictures, though, Windows is much more. Windows is a memory manager, permitting applications to use more memory than DOS allows. It is a multitasking system, meaning more than one application can be running at one time. You can be spell checking a document in the background while checking on a spreadsheet at the same time. Many applications in Windows support object linking. Object linking allows a file to be linked to two programs, for instance, a spreadsheet and a word processor. If you place a spreadsheet chart in the word processor and then later change the spreadsheet, the new information is automatically updated in the word processing file, a huge work saver. And Windows provides a stepping tool to the new operating systems of the future, including IBM's OS/2 and Microsoft's Windows 3.2, both using the same graphical interface as the Windows you are using now. For this training session, we will assume you already have Windows installed on your system. If not, go back to your Windows manual and follow the setup procedures for your type of system. Windows is a graphical environment designed specifically to take advantage of the memory handling and multitasking features of the Intel 386 computer processor. It can work on a 286-based computer, but requires more memory and performs poorly. It will also work on a 386SX type computer and, of course, on the 486 series as well. The actual recommended minimums are for a 286, 4 megabytes of memory, and for a 386, 2 megabytes. Windows will run in less, but the number of applications open and the overall performance will be poor. Some applications require even more memory, and in all cases, more memory will improve speed. We will be covering many areas of the Windows environment, including moving around, starting programs, fine-tuning, and more. We'll cover areas of File Manager, set up the control panel, and discuss some of the main features of Windows and how to use them. But first, we need to know how to start. If you follow the standard installation procedure, you can get into Windows by simply typing WIN at the DOS prompt and then hitting the Enter key. This loads the Windows environment and any startup programs you may have installed. In some cases, this could take up to a minute, depending upon the speed of your system. When Windows is loaded, you are left with the Program Manager on your screen. This is the main controller of Windows. It is what you use to get into any of the other programs you may want to run. Let's explore a little. Windows uses a series of boxes to group applications into logical categories. These windows can be enlarged to full screen, minimized to just a little picture called an icon, or changed to just about any size on your screen. You can have more than one window open at a time, too. Each window has a few items that you can use to control it with. In the upper left corner is a small box with a little dash in it. This is called a button and is used for sizing, closing, and basically controlling the window. On the upper right corner are two more buttons, These are for maximizing and minimizing the size of the window. Also, at the top of every window is a series of command menus. These menus contain other options relating to the main heading. The Program Manager has menu options of File, Options, Window, and Help. If you have a mouse, you can access any of these buttons or commands simply by pointing at them with your mouse pointer and clicking the left mouse button. Without a mouse, you access these options through your keyboard. To get into a menu, you type the letter that is underlined along with the alternate key on your keyboard. For instance, to get into the File menu on Program Manager, you simply hold down the Alt key and hit F, the underlined letter in File. When you get into the menu, you can select a function by typing in the underlined letter by itself without the Alt key. With a mouse, of course, you simply point and click. You can accomplish just about anything in Windows by using only the keyboard, but it is difficult to remember all the alternate and control key combinations. For most applications, the mouse is much easier to deal with, so we won't get into all the keyboard options here. We will mention those keyboard options that make things easier. Back to the Program Manager. When using Windows, you can have either several windows on your screen, small icons on the bottom of your screen, or a combination of both. Each window in the Program Manager is a collection or group of programs. Each icon in a window is a program. The program can be moved to other windows, or it can be removed altogether. Keep in mind, though, that removing the icon from the window does not remove the program from your computer's hard drive. It simply takes away the icon. Similarly, just because there is an icon in your window does not necessarily mean that program is on your system. Someone could have deleted or moved the program and not updated the window. To access a program from a window, you simply point at the icon with your mouse and double-click on the icon. Double-click means hit the left button on your mouse twice quickly without moving the mouse in between clicks. If you move the mouse while you're clicking, the system thinks you're trying to move the icon, not run the program. With a little practice, using the mouse is easy and fun. To maximize a window or make it full screen, you can either click on the little up arrow button in the upper right of the window, or click on the dash button in the upper left corner and then click on Maximize. To reduce the window to an icon, either click on the little down arrow button in the upper right, or click the dash and then click Minimize. Minimizing a window gets the window out of your way, but any applications running in it still remain running. You can move a window by grabbing the colored title bar and holding the left button down while moving the mouse. This is called dragging and is a technique used in many areas in the window environment. You can also change the size of a window using the drag technique. If you point at the edge of a window, the cursor changes from an arrow to two little arrows and lines. This indicates that you can move the edge of the window to where you want it. Simply hold down the left button and drag the edge of the box in either direction. You can do this with the top or bottom, too. You can close a window by double-clicking on the dash button in the upper left corner. This minimizes the window and stops execution of any programs running in it. From the keyboard, you can do the same thing by holding down the alternate key and hitting F4. This is the universal exit in Windows. It closes the application or window you are currently working on. If you don't have any applications running, this will exit Windows and take you back to DOS. Let's check out the menu options for the Program Manager. These options will be similar for almost any program designed to run in a Windows environment. The look and feel of all Windows programs make it almost intuitive to run any new program. You can concentrate on the features of the program and not on the syntax of how to make it run. Under the File menu option of the Program Manager, you have selections relating to programs or windows in your system. You can add a new program to your environment or open an existing one. You can move a window or change its size, delete a program icon from your system, or change its properties, which include file names, icons, directories, where the program is located, etc. You can also run a program that is not currently on your Windows system. This is especially convenient when running programs from floppy disks, like setup and installation programs. Under the Options menu selection, you have settings that relate to your main Windows environment. You can select Auto Arrange, that neatly arranges your icons for you. Minimize on Use allows programs to run exclusively in the background. And finally, Save Settings on Exit will automatically save any changes you have made to your environment when you exit Windows. Under the Window menu option, you have selections that allow you to arrange or select windows. Cascade arranges all open windows in a cascading card-style pattern. You can see the title bars of all windows, but only the front one shows the icons. Tile arranges all open windows on the screen so you can see them all, somewhat clustered if you have a bunch of windows open, but it also saves you from having to remember which window your programs are in. Next is the Arrange Icons selection. This will arrange icons in the current window in a neat, pre-spaced pattern. Below the Arrange Icons is a listing of all windows available in your system. By bringing down this menu and selecting your window here, you save having to hunt for the proper icon to run a program or open a window. This is especially useful if you do not have a mouse. Finally, the Help menu selection gives you choices to help you run Windows and tells you about the Program Manager. There is also a tutorial on how to run Windows here. The help utilities in Windows are linked. This means if you look up help on a certain subject, there will be other subjects you can simply click your mouse on to get further advice. There are also full indexes and a table of contents. Now that we know how to get around in the window environment, we need a little practice. Microsoft has been generous enough to supply a program that will help us to perfect our mouse techniques and window handling techniques. Solitaire. From the main Program Manager screen, open the Games window. Again, the easiest way to do this is simply double-click on the icon. With the Games window open, you should see a couple of different games depending upon what you have installed in your system. The game is pretty self-explanatory, so have fun with it. If you want to do something else but you still want to keep the game going, you can minimize the Solitaire window by clicking the little down arrow button in the upper right corner of the window. Then you can switch to it by using Windows Task Switch. There are a couple of ways you can do this. Using the mouse, click on the Dash Control button in the upper left corner. Select the Switch To option to bring up a window listing all running tasks. Simply select the one marked Solitaire. You can also switch tasks from the keyboard. Windows provides a quick switch technique here. Hold down the alternate key on your keyboard and hit the Tab key. Each time you hit the tab, a small window pops up with the name of a current task. Just keep hitting the tab until you get to the task you want. There are other ways of switching, but these are the quickest and easiest. When you're done practicing, exit the program by either double-clicking the dash icon or dragging down the Game menu and clicking Exit. Let's look at an application with a little more practical use, the File Manager. From the Program Manager window, bring up the main window and double-click on File Manager. File Manager is kind of the card catalog for your system. It tells you what files and directories are on all your drives, including any network or CD-ROM drives. You can use File Manager to copy or move files, formatting diskettes, and running programs. You can select the drive you want to look at by simply clicking the appropriate icon. You can copy files from one disk to another or from one directory to another using the drag and drop routine. Simply point at the file you want to copy, hold down the left mouse button, and drag the file to the directory or drive you want to copy it to. Let go of the mouse button to drop the file. If you want to move a file instead of copy it, that is, if you don't want the file in the source directory anymore, hold down the Shift key on your keyboard while you click and drag. When you select a drive choice, File Manager replaces the open window with that of the new drive. If instead you want to open a second window with your choice, double-click the Drive Selection button. This way you have two windows open, and you can copy files from one subdirectory on one drive to another subdirectory on the second drive. Running programs from the File Manager is simple. When you find the program you want to run, just double-click on it, and File Manager starts it. If you double-click on a file, like a word processing document, File Manager will start the application for that file and then load the file. To delete a program or file from your drive, simply select the file you want removed and either hit your Delete key on your keyboard or select the File menu and then Delete. File Manager also includes options for formatting diskettes, making subdirectories, changing how the information is displayed or sorted, and several others. Our brief tour here, though, doesn't allow us time to explore them all. Browse through the File Manager, and you will find yourself going back to the old DOS-C prompt less and less. File Manager is one of the utility programs supplied with Windows that can be very handy to have running all the time. The File Manager, like any other Windows program, can be minimized to an icon, ready for use at any time, but hiding in the background, allowing other programs to run in the foreground. Windows is designed just for this purpose. So every time you start Windows, you can start File Manager, then minimize it. That way it's always there, ready to work for you, but there is an even easier way. One of the windows provided by Microsoft in the Program Manager is called Startup. Any program in the Startup window group will automatically be loaded when you start Windows. This is convenient for File Manager, but also works with other applications like word processors, spreadsheets, or any other Windows application. Don't get too carried away, though. Each running application takes more of your system's resources and will slow things down a bit. We've talked about the Windows environment and about running programs. Let's switch our thinking now to customizing and configuring Windows. The Windows Setup program, which is what you use to install Windows in the first place, pre-configures Windows to match your system. It can also be used if you change your system by changing video cards or monitors, a mouse, or installing a network. The Setup program is in the main Window Program group. Changing options here will reconfigure your system and may require your original Windows diskettes to load new files. Setup also provides a utility that scans your hard drive for applications that have been installed outside of Windows and creating icons to be placed in the non-Windows applications group. Another application in the main program group is Print Manager. Print Manager, as the name implies, controls printing. Windows with Print Manager allows background printing, that is, processing the print job in the background while allowing you to continue your work in the foreground. This makes the actual printing time longer, but allows you to be more productive because your machine is not locked up waiting for the printer. This is especially true if you are using true type fonts, which can take quite a long time to print. Print Manager is loaded automatically when you print something, but you can also load it manually or put it in your Startup program group. Let's go back to the main program group and look at some ways of configuring your Windows environment. The Control Panel is where we can accomplish this. Control Panel is used to set up certain features of Windows to match your system and preferences. Select Color to customize the screen colors for your windows and menus. There are several pre-made color schemes, or you can create your own. Fonts allows you to select and install printing and screen fonts. With the addition of TrueType fonts, you can have literally hundreds of font choices. And TrueType fonts are scalable, meaning you can change the size from tiny to headline huge without having a different font installed for every size. One problem with TrueType, though, is that they are slower to print and to display. Back to the control panel. Ports is the next choice. This selection allows the customization of communication ports or COM ports on your computer. In most cases, these are preset when you install Windows and should require no changes. Mouse customization allows you to change the tracking speed, double-click speed, and enable mouse trails, which are useful on many laptops with LCD screens. The desktop option from the control panel is where you can set up your preferences for how you want your desktop to look. You can change your background pattern here. Windows also provides a screensaver, which will blank your screen after a period of non-use. This prevents the screen from burning in and also provides a level of security if you enable a password. You can also change your wallpaper here. Wallpaper is the background behind windows if all the window groups are minimized to icons. Granularity controls how big of a step to take in moving or sizing windows. For the smoothest control, leave it at 0. The border width control changes the size of the borders around windows, making it easier to grab and resize them. Icon spacing changes the amount of space put between the icons in a window when you use the Arrange Icons feature. And finally, the cursor blink rate controls how fast the cursor blinks. From the control panel window, the keyboard selection allows you to select key repeat rates. The printer's icon is used to install new printers or change the configuration of printers already installed. Let's look at this selection in more detail. The printer's windows shows your current configuration, listing printers currently installed and specifying which printer is selected as the default. If you have several different types of printers, it is convenient to install the drivers for each and then just select the one you want to print with from the individual application. If the application does not allow you to select printers, it will automatically use the default printer. To install a new printer, click the Add button, then select the printer you want to install. If the printer is not listed but came with its own disk with drivers, you can select Unlisted or Updated Printer, and the install program will ask you to insert the driver diskette. Installing the proper printer driver is important because of the controls used to print different fonts, graphical characters, and special functions such as bold, underline, etc. After you install the driver for the printer, you have to tell Windows which port it is connected to, and if it is your main printer, set it as the default printer. You can also choose if you want to use the Print Manager here. Using Print Manager will print your documents in the background, allowing quicker return to your application, but slower printing. Back to the control panel. The International selection gives you choices on country, language, and date and numbering systems. The Date Time icon allows you to change your system date and time. MIDI Mapper is used to control the MIDI interface to sound equipment. Next is 386 Enhanced, which controls how the system works with a 386 or better processor. This icon will not exist if you are not running in 386 Enhanced mode. You cannot run in 386 Enhanced mode if you do not have a 386 or better processor, or if you have less than 1 megabyte available memory. Usually, a machine with at least 2 megabytes of memory will run in the Enhanced mode. Let's look at the 386 Enhanced options. These options control the multitasking features of Windows. In order for Windows to have more than one program running at a time, it has to split its time among all applications and all devices. Devices are usually communication ports that several applications can be requesting at once. The device contention selections specify how Windows will act if there are 2 applications trying to use the same device. The scheduling options allow you to customize the performance of the foreground versus background applications. All of these options are set up by Windows and should not need to be changed. There is an area, though, that can make a large difference in the performance of your machine. That area is virtual memory. Virtual memory is a section of your hard drive that is used by Windows as memory. This allows Windows to access a much larger amount of memory than is really on your system. It improves the performance of applications because they remain loaded and open. There are two types of virtual memory, temporary and permanent. The preferred system is the permanent type, where Windows creates a space on your fastest hard drive that will be permanently used for the virtual file. This is sometimes called a swap file. To create a permanent file, Windows requires a large contiguous free space on your hard drive. When you try to change your options, Windows will tell you your current settings and make recommendations on how your system should be set up. You should use a temporary file only if you are short on disk space or if you use Windows little compared to other non-Windows applications. Also, if you are given the option, you should try to use the 32-bit disk access. This bypasses some of the control in the computer, allowing Windows to access the hard drive controller directly, improving the performance of the system. On some machines, this improvement can be very noticeable. Of all the 386 enhanced mode options, the virtual memory can make the dramatic improvement. If you are running a 386 computer but not getting enhanced mode, it is strongly recommended that you upgrade the memory of your system. Back to the control panel. The only remaining options are drivers and sound. Both of these selections set your system to run with sound cards and control what kinds of sound your system will use. Windows can make noises for you when you open or close windows or get system messages, etc. We won't go into detail on these, but if you have a sound card in your system, you should check these features out. Let's look at one other area of configuration. Windows uses several initialization files to control the setup. It also heavily relies on a few lines in your computer's config and autoexec files. We'll take a look at one way to view and edit these files. Because changes made to these files can alter the way Windows runs, or even make it not run, this program is not placed in an icon in the Windows environment. Instead, we'll run it using the File Run command. From the Program Manager, click the File menu button, then click Run. We could just type in the file name and extension here, but instead we will use the Browse feature. Browse brings up a selection box that we can simply click on the program we want. Our System Editor program is under the System directory, so we double-click on that. Then double-click on SysEdit to select it. Then OK to run. We won't change anything in these files. We just want to show you what's there. The first file we'll look at is the autoexec bat file. This is a batch file that is run automatically when you start your computer. This file can be just a couple of lines, or it can be very large. There are two lines in the autoexec file that relate to Windows. One is the path command. This tells where the computer should look to find files and programs. The path command should contain the directory where the Windows programs are located. This is set up when you first install Windows. The other command here is the Smart Drive program. Smart Drive is a disk caching program designed to work with Windows. A cache is a program that sets an area of high-speed memory to act as a buffer to the slower hard drive. Depending upon the amount of memory your system has available, the Smart Drive program will make a very large performance increase in your computer. Smart Drive works for all disk access in your system, not just with Windows. Let's close the autoexec file and look at the next window, the Configure System file. This file is loaded when your computer first starts up, even before the autoexec bat file. It contains drivers or instructions on how specific devices will work. It also contains instructions on how the operating system will handle its memory. Let's briefly look at what's here. High Mem is a driver that tells DOS that this computer has memory above the 640K base. EMM386 is an expanded memory manager. telling DOS how to configure the memory it has. These also are configured by the Windows setup, and we won't alter them here, but be aware that if you do need to alter them, this is where you can. Closing the Config Sys window brings up the WinINI and SystemINI files. These files are used by Windows to set up the window environment, applications, groups, and basically how Windows works. You may never need to change anything in these areas because Windows applications usually make these changes automatically. But if you ever do, this is where they are. The file run technique we used for the system editor is handy for running any application that is not set up on your Windows Program Manager. This includes non-Windows programs too. Windows allows you to run standard DOS programs in either full screen mode or in a window on your Windows desktop. By default, the DOS application will run in full screen mode. This makes it look as if you're actually exiting the Windows environment and running the application straight from DOS. You can still switch between tasks and run the application in the background, but the full screen is taken up by the non-Windows application. There is a utility in Windows that allows you to customize the environment for specific DOS applications. This is called the PIF editor for Program Information File. This allows you to change the screen mode, memory requirements, and other options for non-window applications. If you are running such an application and need to customize the parameters, use the PIF editor from the main program group. Windows is a big step toward making the computer easier and more productive. One way in which this is happening is through a concept called multimedia. Multimedia means interacting with the user with more than one of their senses. All computers interface with their users' eyes by way of the screen. Multimedia uses sound, music, more vivid graphic displays, and other ways to make the information more valuable, more understandable, and more interesting. Windows has been designed to take advantage of these new technologies and has built-in controls for CD-ROM, music, MIDI interfaces, and more. Look for some exciting application packages in the future. And what about the future? Where will the computer environment go tomorrow? IBM's OS/2 and Microsoft's Windows 3.2 are both new operating systems that use the graphical user interface. The difference between these systems and Windows goes down to the base level. Windows is a DOS-based shell. It is loaded after MS-DOS starts the computer. The new systems are actual bootable operating systems, taking full advantage of the 32-bit computer processors. These include any of the 386 series computers, including the SX models, and all later models. From the user's point of view, the biggest difference is an all-out performance, but without having to learn a whole new system. Both of these new operating systems use the same type of screens, programs, and utilities you will be using with Windows today. We've covered a lot of information in this program. We discussed what Windows really is and how to move around in it. We talked about running applications and configuring Windows for your applications. And finally, we talked about optimizing Windows to work best for you. Now, it's your turn. Once you get used to the graphical computer environment, you'll be hooked. Good luck, and happy windowing. Thank you for watching today. Look for more cutting-edge programs from Silicon Mountain Training.
The future. Where will we be in 10 years, in 20? One thing's for certain, computers will be a part of all of our lives. It's all about an easy way to start or advance your computer skills. Open doors for your financial future on Tools for the Future.
If you use Microsoft Word for Windows, you already realize what a powerful tool it is for working with documents. One benefit of Word for Windows and other word processors is the ability to revise previously prepared documents without having to retype the documents in their entirety. In this video, we will show you several techniques for increasing your editing efficiency. Before we do any editing, let's make sure the Word for Windows screen is set up to display paragraph marks and other non-printing characters. Although you may not want these non-printing characters on your normal screen, they will be included on the screens shown in this video for purposes of clarity. Editing can conceptually be divided into two phases. The first phase consists of moving the insertion point to the place in the document where the editing is to take place. In a word processor, this movement is performed using commands designed specifically for this purpose, such as the arrow keys, home key, end key, and so forth. The second phase of editing is to actually perform the editing, that is, to add, delete, or modify text. Word for Windows also has a variety of keys and procedures for performing these actions. Let's begin editing. First, we must open or retrieve the paragraph to be edited for the computer's disk. From our copy, we see that the first change indicated consists of bolding and centering the paragraph's heading. The next revision consists of adding a new word at the beginning of the first paragraph. Since Word for Windows normally places the insertion point at the beginning of a newly opened document, the first phase of editing, moving the insertion point, can be accomplished by tapping the down arrow key. This action moves the insertion point to the beginning of the first line of the first paragraph. Before making our first change, we need to check the status bar at the bottom of the screen to make sure that OVR is turned off. The Insert key is used to toggle this feature on and off. If the Insert key does not make the OVR turn on and off, check an option called Use the Insert key for Paste, which is found in the Tools menu. Use Tools, then Options, then Edit in version 6. Make sure the checkbox next to the Use the Insert key for Paste is cleared. Choose Tools, then Options, then General in version 2. Make sure the checkbox next to the Use the Insert key for Paste is cleared. When OVR is off on the status bar, Word for Windows does not replace existing text with new text. In our paragraph, the word "the" needs to be typed in, but the existing text is not to be replaced. Be sure to tap the spacebar after typing the word "the." Since the word "first" no longer begins the paragraph, the capital F needs to be replaced with a lowercase f. To do this, enter a lowercase f and then tap the delete key to delete the capital F. The delete key deletes one character to the right of the insertion point. This completes our first change, and we are now ready to move the insertion point to the location of the next change. The next change consists of inserting the phrase beginning with the word "step" after the word "first." You could tap repeatedly on the right arrow key until you get the desired place. However, it is both faster and more accurate to accomplish this movement of the insertion point in a single motion using the Control right arrow key. Now that the insertion point has been correctly positioned, we are ready to type in the new text. This completes our second change. Our next revision consists of removing the words "is identified." The quickest way to get to the end of the line is to tap the End key. This jumps the insertion point to the end of the current line using only a single keystroke. Having positioned the insertion point, we are now ready to delete two words. Obviously, it would be easy to erase a word as short as "is" simply by tapping the backspace key a couple of times, since the backspace key deletes characters one by one to the left of the insertion point. But a very useful editing technique to get in the habit of using is Control backspace. Control backspace deletes all of the text to the left of the insertion point up to the first space or punctuation that is encountered. If the insertion point is at the end of the word, then the entire word to the left of the insertion point is deleted. Control Delete can be used to delete all the text from the insertion point to the right, up to the first space or punctuation encountered. If an entire word is to the right of the insertion point, then Control Delete can be used to delete an entire word. Our next change is to insert the word "simply" in the next sentence. Two approaches will be illustrated here, one using the keyboard and the other the mouse. First, the keyboard. Move down one line by tapping the down arrow key, then tap the home key to jump the insertion point to the left side of the line. Finally, use the Control right arrow key combination to hop the cursor to the beginning of the word any. With the mouse, move the I-beam to the beginning of the word any. With the I-beam in position, click the left mouse button to move the insertion point to the current location of the I-beam. With the insertion point positioned at the beginning of the word any, key in the word simply. Having completed this change, use Control right arrow key to hop over to the beginning of the word text, which needs to be erased. To erase it, use Control delete. Control delete both deletes the entire word and leaves the insertion point correctly positioned for making the next change in a single step. Now type in the phrase group of letters. Referring back to our copy, we see that the next change called for consists of deleting the word and replacing it with the word or. Since this target is now nearly right below the insertion point, all that is necessary is to tap the down arrow key to move down one line, then Control right arrow key to hop to the word and. Use Control delete to swiftly delete the entire word and then type in its replacement or. Our next goal is to insert some more new text at a location that is almost at the end of the line. First, use the end key to zip the insertion point to the end of the line. Then use Control left arrow to hop back to the left word. With just 2 steps, the insertion point has been positioned right where it needs to be to add the phrase such as those. Referring back to our copy, we see that our next change is to delete the words might be and replace them with the word are. Use Control right arrow to hop over to the word might and then delete might and be by holding down the Control key and tapping the delete key twice. Complete the change by typing in the word are. Again, we see that our last revision consists of deleting several words at the end of the sentence and replacing them with new text. First, we hop over to the end of the word accidentally, which is where the insertion point stops because of the comma at the end of the word. With the insertion point in the correct position to make the last change, and with OVR activated, all that is necessary is to key in the new ending to the paragraph. When editing in Word for Windows, be sure to keep an eye on whether or not OVR is active by watching the status bar at the bottom of the screen. Now let's return to the task of centering and bolding the heading at the top of the paragraph. The changes we now want to make are different from the ones made thus far. They are called formatting changes. A formatting change is one that affects the appearance of text but does not involve altering the text itself. In Word for Windows, making a formatting change is similar to editing, except that an additional step is involved. As with editing, the insertion point must first be moved to the place where the formatting is to take place. Then the next step is to select that text, which is to have its format altered. Selected text is also sometimes referred to as highlighted or blocked text. The third step is to actually make the formatting change. In this video, we will illustrate a number of basic font and paragraph formatting options. Our first formatting change is to center the heading at the top of the first paragraph. To change the format of a paragraph, the first step is to make sure the insertion point is located somewhere in the paragraph. Because the heading is at the top of our one-paragraph document, a quick way to jump the insertion point to the top of the screen is to hold down the Control key and then tap Page Up. This command jumps the insertion point to the top of the current screen. Once the insertion point is in the paragraph, the alignment of the paragraph can be easily altered. From the keyboard, this is done by holding down the Control key and then tapping the E key. This particular task can also be done quickly using the mouse. To center a paragraph using the mouse, first move the I-beam to the paragraph to be centered and click the left mouse button. Then, move the pointer to the Center Text button on the button bar at the top of the screen and click on it with the left mouse button. Our second formatting change consists of making all of the letters in the heading bold. In Word for Windows, changing the appearance of individual letters is called font formatting in version 6 and character formatting in version 2. To change the format of letters, we first need to select them. In this case, we need to select all the letters in the heading because we wish to make all the letters in the heading bold. There is a quick way to select an entire sentence using the mouse. With the insertion point anywhere in the heading, hold down the Control key and click the left mouse button. Immediately, the entire sentence is selected. From Word for Windows perspective, the heading is a one-sentence paragraph, so you could have used either procedure for selecting a sentence or a paragraph. Once all the letters in the heading have been selected, they can be bolded. With the mouse, move the pointer up to the B button on the button bar at the top of the screen, and with the pointer on the B button, click the left mouse button. On the keyboard, press Control B. This completes the revisions to the paragraph. After the revisions have been completed, it is a good idea to check the spelling of the document. The appearance of the spell check button is the same in both versions, but differently positioned on the button bar. Let's review the editing keys introduced so far. We have illustrated 8 keys for controlling the movement of the insertion point. These are the down, left, and right arrow keys, and the Control key combined with the left and right arrow keys. Notice how the Control key expands the motion of the left and right arrow keys by permitting the insertion point to hop to the left or right over an entire word. Also introduced were the Home and End keys, which shoot the insertion point to the left or right of the current line respectively, and the Control Page Up key combination to jump the insertion point to the top of the current screen. We have also illustrated 4 methods of deleting text. The backspace key deletes individual characters to the left of the insertion point, while the delete key deletes individual characters to the right of the insertion point. Control backspace deletes all or part of an entire word to the left of the insertion point, while the Control delete key deletes all or part of the entire word to the right of the insertion point. When the OVR is off, any text typed at the insertion point simply pushes existing text in front of it. But when OVR is activated, which is done by tapping the Insert key, new text typed at the insertion point will type over and erase any existing text. Pressing the Insert key again deactivates OVR. We have also introduced the concept of selecting text as a way of singling out just a limited portion of text for special attention. To select a sentence, we place the insertion point anywhere in the sentence, held down the Control key, and click the left mouse button. In this case, the reason for selecting the text in the heading was to change its format. A format change is one that only involves changing the appearance of text, not its content, and changing the format of text is called font or character formatting. The format we wanted in our heading consisted of making the heading appear darker and with thicker letters. This type of formatting is referred to as bolding. We illustrated the use of the keyboard Control B key and the use of the mouse clicking the B button to bold selected text. Even though it will take considerable practice to learn to use these techniques, the effort will be handsomely rewarded by increased productivity. Here is what our document looks like after all the revisions have been made. Let's move on to a longer document with more complex revisions. Additional editing techniques that will be introduced in this example include ways to delete or remove larger segments of text, such as entire sentences or parts of sentences, and use of the mouse to drag and drop text. We will also illustrate how to remove the formatting from letters by changing text from italicized back to regular text. Finally, we will illustrate how to quickly alter the format of several paragraphs rather than working with one paragraph at a time. Referring to our copy, we see that the first revision we wish to perform is to change font formatting. We wish to make the letters in the heading both bold and uppercase. To begin making these changes, we must first open the document. To bold the selected text, either the mouse or keyboard may be used. If using the mouse, move the pointer to the B button on the button bar and click on it. If using the keyboard, press Ctrl B. Notice that even after the selected text has been bolded, it remains selected, so there's no need to select it again. This selected text can be changed to yet another format. In this case, we want to change the characters to uppercase. With the keyboard, this is done by pressing Shift, Ctrl A. In version 2, use just Ctrl A to change the selected text to uppercase letters. There are small differences in the formatting screens between version 6 and version 2, so let's repeat this double formatting using version 2. We return to the point where the heading has been selected but not yet formatted. Use the mouse to choose the Format option in the menu bar. In the pull-down Format menu, choose the Character option and use the mouse to click and insert X's in the checkboxes to the left of both the bold and the all caps options. To effect these changes, move the pointer to the OK button and click on it. The selected text is changed to include both formats. The next revision we wish to make consists of deleting 3 words on the first line. We will show you 2 different ways to make this type of deletion quickly and efficiently. First, let's use the keyboard. Normally, you would press the down arrow key to move the insertion point down to the first line, but when you do this, you end up near the end of the first line. However, if you tap the left arrow key, the insertion point reappears at the beginning of the selected text, in this case at the beginning of the heading. Now press the down arrow key, and the insertion point ends up in the word most, which is much nearer to our target, which is the word and. Now use the Control right arrow key twice to hop over to the target. Hold down the Control key and tap the Delete key 3 times to delete the 3 consecutive words. An alternative way to delete these 3 words involves using the mouse. Using the mouse, move the insertion point anywhere into the first word, which in this case is the word and. Then, using the left mouse button, double-click on this word. In Word for Windows, double-clicking on a word causes the entire word to be selected. To select the next 2 words, it is not necessary to double-click again. Instead, we use the Shift key. As we have already seen, one of the functions of the Shift key in Word for Windows is to extend an action. So hold down the Shift key, then use the mouse to move the I-beam anywhere into the last of the 3 words to be deleted, in this case the word used. Now click the left button once. The highlighting immediately extends across all 3 words. Although you could use the Cut button on the button bar to discard these selected words, it is generally preferable to use either the backspace or the delete key to permanently discard selected text. The reasons for this will become clear later when we use Word for Windows cut and paste features. Our next change is another formatting change. In this case, we wish to remove the formatting of a word. Specifically, we wish to unitalicize the word revise. Fortunately, the techniques for removing font or character formatting are nearly the same as those used for adding a new format to text. Use the mouse to position the I-beam anywhere on the word to be selected. Next, double-click on the word to select it. Finally, use the mouse to move the pointer up to the I button on the button bar and click on it with the left mouse button. The italicized format is removed and the selected word is returned to normal format. With the keyboard, once the word has been selected, press Ctrl-I to remove the italicized formatting from the selected text. The next change is yet another formatting change. Here we wish to italicize several words in succession. Because the first step is to select the words to be italicized, the process for doing this with the mouse is very similar to the process we use to delete the 3 consecutive words at the beginning of the paragraph. First, we use the mouse to position the insertion point anywhere in the first word of the series, and we then double-click on the left mouse button to select that word. We then use the mouse to move the I-beam anywhere into the last word in the series. Hold down the Shift key and click the left mouse button again. The highlighting immediately extends from the first word through the last word. Release the Shift key and use the mouse to move the pointer up to the I button on the button bar and click on it. In order to show you another efficient feature of Word for Windows, a different way of italicizing the text using the keyboard will be illustrated. With the keyboard, the insertion point can be quickly moved to the beginning of the text to be selected by tapping the down arrow key and then tapping the home key to zip the insertion point to the beginning of the line. Next, tap the F8 key once. This key places Word for Windows into an extend mode, which is visually confirmed by the darkened display of EXT here. Putting Word for Windows into its extend mode has the effect of anchoring the insertion point. While use of the arrow keys is one convenient way to move the insertion point to select text, other techniques for extending this selection are available. One such technique uses any of the characters on the keyboard. Any character pressed causes the selection of text to extend from the initial position of the insertion point up to and including the first occurrence of the character to the right of the insertion point. In our example, we wish to extend the selection to the end of the sentence, which, of course, ends with a period. Thus, by tapping the period key, the selected text is extended to include all of the text between the point where the F8 key was pressed, in this case at the beginning of the line, up to and including the first period to the right, which in this case is the period at the end of the sentence. Once the text has been selected, it can be italicized by using the mouse and clicking on the I button in the button bar as previously described, or by pressing Control-I on the keyboard. The extend mode works in the same way in version 2, but the appearance of the status bar at the bottom of the screen is a little different. EXT is present only when the extend mode is on and not visible when it is off. Our next change is another font or character formatting change. The secondary heading after the first paragraph needs to have the underlining removed and the letters changed to a small caps format. As always, our first task is to move the insertion point to the place where the revision is to take place. Because we are now working with a longer document, the heading is not visible on the screen. From our copy, we see that it is just a few lines down in our document. This heading is considered a paragraph, because in Word for Windows, what constitutes a paragraph has nothing to do with grammar. Any text that ends with a paragraph marker is a paragraph. To quickly jump the insertion point to the beginning of the next paragraph down, hold down the Control key and tap the down arrow key. This places the insertion point at the beginning of the heading. Having moved the insertion point to the heading paragraph, we want to select all of the characters in the heading so we can change their format. With the mouse, this is done with the Control click to select the entire heading. With the keyboard, hold down the Shift key and tap the End key, and all of the text from the insertion point's location to the end of the line is selected. Whichever method you chose to select the letters to be reformatted, it is easy to use the keyboard to quickly change the format of the text. Use Control-U to ununderline the selected text. In version 6, use Shift-Control-K to make selected text into small caps format. In version 2, Control-U is used to remove the underlining, but just Control-K is used to change the format of the selected text to small caps. If you have trouble remembering the Control-Shift combinations, you can use the Help feature. To do this in version 6, use the mouse to double-click on the Help button or on the word Help in the menu bar, then click on Search for Help on. In either case, the search dialog box appears, and you should key in the letters Key. One of the lines below will read Keyboard Shortcuts, so use the mouse to point to it and click on it. Then click on Show Topics. Click in the scroll bar to the right of the Select a Topic box until you see Using Keyboard Shortcuts in Word, and click on it. Click on Go To. You now have a list of different areas where shortcut keys are available in Word for Windows. Point to the type of shortcuts you are interested in seeing. For example, we have just been working with character formats, so to see a list of the shortcut keys for formatting characters, click on Using Shortcut Keys to format characters. To exit from the list of shortcut keys, click the Close button. To exit from Help, double-click the Close box in the upper left-hand corner of the Help box, or just click anywhere in your document if it is visible behind the Help box. To get Help in version 2, use the mouse to click on the word Help in the menu bar, Then click on Help Index, followed by Keyboard and Mouse. And finally click on Character Formatting Key Combinations. Although it is easy to change the underlining of a selected text with the mouse using the underline button, there is no button for the small caps format. So if you are going to use the mouse, you should use it to make both formatting changes. To do this, click the Format option on the menu bar, then click the Font option, and the Font Formatting dialog box is opened. In this dialog box, point to the down arrow at the left side of the underline box and click on it. Then choose the None option. Move down to check the box to the left of the phrase Small Caps in the Effects box and click on it. When you do this, Word for Windows places an X in the checkbox. Click on the OK button to actually change the selected text to the new formats. The procedure for removing underlining and adding a small caps format is essentially the same in version 2. Click the mouse pointer on the Format option of the menu bar, then click the Character option to open the Character Formatting dialog box. In this dialog box, point to and click the checkbox to the left of the phrase Small Caps. Word for Windows places an X in this checkbox. Clicking on this checkbox clears the X. Click on the OK button to actually change the selected text to the small caps format and to remove its underlining. Now we come to an editing change that includes deleting several lines of text. To position the insertion point at the beginning of the third sentence, we can use either the keyboard or the mouse. If we use the keyboard, tap the down arrow key to move the insertion point onto the line that is to be replaced. Then tap the home key to snap the insertion point to the beginning of this line. With the mouse, move the pointer onto this down arrow. Then with each click of the left mouse button, the text is scrolled up one line. Once the target is visible, we use the mouse to move the I-beam to the beginning of the line and then click the left button to place the insertion point at that location. We have already seen that when new text is going to replace existing text, it is not necessary to remove the old text first. Tap the Insert key to place Word for Windows into its overtype mode. With OVR darkened or appearing on the status bar, and the insertion point positioned at the beginning of the line, simply type in the new text. New text replaces the existing text. However, you will need to pay attention as you type in this new text because the text being added is longer than the existing text. So when you come to the word insertion, stop typing and again tap the Insert key to turn off the overstrike mode. We still need to insert the word the, but it just causes extra work if we overtype a word that we want to keep. Type in the word the. With OVR off, this text no longer replaces existing text, but instead, again, pushes it ahead. Our next change is to add the word the preceded by a dash and to delete the two words movement commands. We will use the Control right arrow key to hop from the word to the right. In this case, we want to hop over the words insertion point. Next, use Control delete to delete the words movement commands by holding down the Control key and tapping the delete key 3 times. The third tap is needed to delete the period and 2 trailing spaces. In version 6, the space that trails the word point is automatically deleted if a feature called Smart Cut and Paste is used. Continue by keying in the dashes, then the word the, a space, and a lowercase l. Tap the delete key once to delete the uppercase L. Version 2 does not include any Smart Cut and Paste features, so you will need to tap the backspace key once to delete the space trailing the word point. Then key in the dashes. Next, key in the word the and a lowercase l. Tap the delete key once to delete the uppercase L. Our next target is to insert the word "and" between up arrow and down arrow. With the mouse, move the I-beam to the beginning of the word "down" and click to reposition the insertion point. With the keyboard, you have to tap the End key to zip the insertion point to the right side of the line. Then use the Control left arrow key combination to hop back to the left word by word until the insertion point is positioned to the left of the first letter of the word "down." Whether using the mouse or keyboard to reposition the insertion point, next type in the word "and" followed by a trailing space. Use the Control right arrow key combination to hop the insertion point to the right of the word "arrow." Type in a space and the word "keys" and a period to end the sentence. Tap the Delete key once to delete the comma that has been pushed forward. Tap the space bar twice to add the 2 spaces needed to separate the 2 sentences. Now continue by typing in the remaining new text. After the new text has been entered, hold down the Control key and tap the right arrow key 3 times to hop the insertion point to the end of the word "up." Tap the Delete key to remove the comma. Hold down the Control key and tap the right arrow key until the insertion point has been hopped over to the beginning of the word "are." Use the backspace key to delete the space back to the left that trails the word "down." Enter the period, then tap the space bar twice to insert the 2 spaces that need to follow a period. Our next task is to delete about 3 lines of text, beginning with the partial sentence starting with the word "are" and including the entire sentence that follows it. Actually, since Word for Windows considers a sentence to be anything beginning and ending with periods and a space, both the sentence fragment and the full sentence are sentences for editing purposes. Use the mouse and move the I-beam anywhere onto the newly created sentence. Make a Control click. Recall how a selection was extended from one word to several words with the help of the Shift key. This same tactic can be applied to the sentences. Release the Control key and then use the mouse to scroll the text up by clicking in the scroll bar anywhere underneath the scroll box. Move the I-beam anywhere into the next sentence, hold down the Shift key, and click the left mouse button. Immediately, the next entire sentence is selected. Complete the removal of the selected text by pressing either the backspace or delete keys. In version 6, you will need to tap the space bar to add an extra space to follow the period that ends the preceding sentence, if the Smart Cut and Paste option is on. This option is found under Tools, Options, Edit. Now let's demonstrate an alternate approach that relies on the keyboard rather than the mouse. Again, we will use Word for Windows' Undo feature to reinstate the 2 deleted sentences. In version 2, the Undo button is different. It looks like this. We begin with the insertion point at the beginning of the sentence fragment, which is where we left it after inserting the period and 2 spaces to end the newly created sentence. We will use Word for Windows Extend feature that is activated by pressing the F8 key. Placing Word for Windows in the Extend mode has the effect of anchoring the insertion point. As previously shown, one way to extend a selection is to press the key of a specific character. Since a sentence ends with a period, it makes a useful extend target. After placing Word for Windows in its Extend mode, tap the period key to select all the text between the location of the insertion point up to and including the first period. This process may be repeated because Word for Windows remains in the Extend mode until it is either turned off, which can be done by pressing the Escape key, or by taking some action with the selected text, such as deleting it. So press the period again, and the selected text is extended to include the next sentence. Once all the text has been selected, it can be deleted by tapping either the backspace or delete keys. The revisions to the second paragraph are now complete. In version 6, after deleting the text, you will need to tap the spacebar to add an extra space to follow the period that ends the preceding sentence, if the Smart Cut and Paste option is on. If you are using version 2, or if you have turned off the Smart Cut and Paste feature in version 6, the trailing spaces for the new sentence have already been entered, so the spaces that follow the period at the end of the selected text should be deleted. Our next target is in the first line of the next paragraph. It consists of reversing the order of the words increase and substantially. If this text is not visible on the screen, it will be necessary to scroll the document up a few lines. When the first line of the paragraph is visible, use the mouse to move the I-beam into either one of the two words to be reversed. It does not matter which word is selected. In this case, we will select the second word, the word substantially. Now double-click to select the entire word. With the word substantially selected, press Ctrl-X to cause the selected text to be cut from the document and placed into an area of the computer's memory called the clipboard. If you can't remember that Ctrl-X is used to cut selected text, a list of shortcut keys can be viewed on the screen by clicking the Edit option on the menu bar. Either way, a pull-down menu appears, and the keyboard ways to cut, Ctrl-X, copy, Ctrl-C, and paste, Ctrl-V, are shown on the right side of the pull-down panel. To continue with our problem of reversing the order of two words, use the Ctrl-left arrow key to hop the insertion point to the beginning of the next word to the left. Use Ctrl-V to paste the text from the clipboard into the document at the current location of the insertion point. The contents of the clipboard will remain unchanged until something else is cut or copied. Another quick method is available to reverse the order of two words. It is a technique that relies solely on the mouse, but does not require the use of the button bar. With this example, we introduce the process of dragging and dropping, which is a frequently used technique in most Windows applications. It was specifically designed to take advantage of the way in which the mouse works. As the name implies, we will drag our selected word to its new location and then drop it into its new position. This time, with the mouse pointer still on the selected word, push down on the left mouse button and hold it down. Notice how the shape of the pointer changes to look like a dashed vertical line. Continue to hold down the left mouse button and drag the mouse to the left. As you drag to the left, notice that the dashed I-beam also moves to the left. As you approach the beginning of the word to the left, the dashed I-beam will automatically hop over to the front of this next word, which happens to be the word increase in our case. When the dashed I-beam moves to the beginning of the word increase, let go of the mouse button, and the selected word reappears at this new location. The process of dragging and dropping is a little different in version 2. As in version 6, as you drag to the left, the dashed I-beam also moves to the left. However, in version 2, the dashed I-beam does not automatically move to the beginning of the next word to the left. Instead, you must continue this dragging motion until the dashed I-beam is exactly in the position where you want the word to be relocated. When the dashed I-beam is in the desired position, let go of the left mouse button, and the selected word will reappear at its new location. The manner in which version 6 automatically moves the dashed I-beam to the beginning of the next word makes it easier to quickly and accurately perform the dragging and dropping. The feature can be deactivated by clearing the box next to the drag and drop text editing option found under Tools, Options, Edit. Turning back to our copy, we see that the next revisions are on the second page. Since these revisions begin in the second paragraph below the insertion point's current location, Control-down arrow would be the quickest way to get there. The changes to be made on the second paragraph on this page are somewhat involved. Most of the paragraph is to be deleted, some relocated to the end of the paragraph. The entire paragraph is to be combined with the previous one to make a single paragraph. Since the material to be deleted is not a complete sentence, selection of text may be accomplished by holding down the Shift key and tapping the down arrow 3 times. This causes the first 3 lines of the paragraph to be selected. Notice, though, from the copy, that the last 5 words in the third sentence should not be deleted and therefore should not be selected. To deselect them, continue to hold down the Shift key and additionally hold down the Control key. Now tap the left arrow key 5 times. The insertion point hops back to the left 1 word at a time, deselecting each word as it goes. Delete the selected text by tapping either the backspace or the delete key. Now we restore the deleted text using the undo command, Control-Z, and then deselect the text by pressing the left arrow key. The insertion point is again at the beginning of the paragraph. With the mouse, move the I-beam to the location where the text to be deleted ends, which is after the word requires. Hold down the Shift key and click the left mouse button. Immediately, all of the text between the initial position of the insertion point at the beginning of the paragraph and the current location of the I-beam is selected. Complete the deletion of the selected text by tapping either the backspace or the delete key. Now that the first part of the paragraph has been discarded, what remains of it needs to be moved to the end of the paragraph. As usual, our first step is to select the text to be moved. As we have seen, text can be selected using either the keyboard or the mouse. When we completed the previous step of deleting the selected text, the insertion point was left at the beginning of the remainder of the paragraph. To select the next material with the keyboard, hold down the Shift key and tap the End key. This quickly selects the entire line. Hold down both the Shift and Control keys and tap the left arrow key 6 times to position the insertion at the end of the word effort, deselecting the 6 words on the right end of the line as you go. With the mouse, hold down the Shift key and move the I-beam to the end of the word effort and click the left mouse button. But this time do not remove the text by using the backspace or delete keys. This text is going to be moved, not permanently discarded. In order to keep it available for future retrieval, it needs to be cut. Cutting and removing the text from the document stores it in the clipboard. Copying, which is Control-C, makes a copy of the selected text and places it in the clipboard. The selected text is not deleted from the document. If you are using version 6, a very effective shortcut with the mouse is to use the right mouse button. After selecting the text to be cut, and with the pointer anywhere in the selected text, press the right mouse button. This produces a small pull-down menu on the screen whose first entry is Cut. Move the pointer to the Cut box and click on it. The selected text is cut from the screen and stored in the clipboard. If you are using version 2 and want to use the mouse to cut the selected text, move the pointer up to the button bar and click on the Cut button, which is the button with the scissors on it. The space previously occupied by the deleted and cut text has been closed up, and the insertion point rests at the beginning of the next 7 words, which need to be deleted. So use the mouse to put the I-beam in this sentence fragment. Do a Control click to select this sentence fragment. Once the text has been selected, discard it by pressing either the backspace or delete key. Be sure not to cut the selected text. If you do, the contents of the clipboard will be changed, and the previously cut text will be lost. You do not want to change the contents of the clipboard at this time because the previously cut text has not yet been copied to its new location. This is the reason for getting into the habit of using the backspace or delete key to permanently discard text, or to use the drag and drop technique for moving text. Neither of these methods changes the contents of the clipboard. Use the cut or copy procedures only when you want to keep text for pasting later in another location. Having deleted the last portion of the first sentence in the second paragraph, we need to jump over the remaining short sentence to get to the place where the next revision is to take place. The quickest way to accomplish this is with the mouse. Use the mouse to move the I-beam to the word your and double-click on it to select the entire word. We selected this word because we wanted to discard it. Now key in the new beginning of the sentence the words the ultimate. If this does not happen, check the Typing Replaces Selection option. In version 6, this option is found under Tools, Options, Edit. There should be an X in the box to the left of the Typing Replaces Selection option shown on this screen. In version 2, this option is found under Tools, Options, General. There should be an X in the box to the left of the Typing Replaces Selection option shown on this screen. Now that we want to make changes that are close together, we will make them by using the keyboard. Use Control right arrow to hop over the word Goal and then tap Control Delete twice to delete the word Should Be. Next, key in the word Is and a space. Tap the down arrow key once, tap the End key, and the insertion point stops at the end of the paragraph. Tap the backspace key 3 times to delete the 2 trailing spaces and the period. Enter a comma and a space. Then key in the new text, which generally means using. At last, we are ready to paste the contents of the clipboard into our document. From the keyboard, we can do this by pressing Ctrl V. With the mouse, verify that the insertion point is at the end of the text just added. Then click the right mouse button. Again, a small pull-down menu appears. Use the mouse to point to and click the Paste option on this menu. Text from the clipboard is then copied into the document at the insertion point's location. In version 2, the right mouse button cannot be used to pull down the small editing menu. Instead, use the pointer to paste the button up here on the button bar and click on it. If the incorrect text is pasted into your document, it indicates that a second cut or copy was made after the first one. It is important to remember that only one thing can be held in the clipboard at a time. Each time text is cut or copied, the previous content of the clipboard is discarded and is replaced by the newly cut or copied material. Using the backspace or delete keys allows you to delete selected text without replacing the contents of the clipboard. Use of drag and drop procedures also avoids changing the contents of the clipboard. When using version 2, check to make sure that there is the correct number of spaces between the end of the text keyed in and the text pasted in from the clipboard. If there are too many, it indicates that you added a space when entering the text, and there was also one included in the material that was cut, thus resulting in 2 spaces where there should have only been 1. If there are no spaces, it indicates that no space was typed in and no space was included in the cut material. Notice that in the pasted text, the word or needs to be changed to the word and. Use the mouse to move the pointer to the word or. Double-click on the word. Key in the replacement word. Referring back to our copy, we can see that what remains is the task of joining the revised paragraph with the preceding paragraph. First, let's jump the insertion point to the beginning of the paragraph by using Control up arrow. What we need to delete is the paragraph marker at the end of the preceding paragraph. This can be done by pressing the backspace key. A word of caution about combined paragraphs. In Word for Windows, the format of a paragraph is governed by the information stored in the paragraph marker at the end of the paragraph. When a paragraph marker is deleted, as we just did, to join the 2 paragraphs together, a problem could result unless the 2 joined paragraphs have the same formats. Since this was the case in our example, there was no problem. If you join 2 paragraphs and the resulting combined paragraph does not look right, it is probably due to differences in the formats of the 2 paragraphs. You can undo this change by using the Undo button on the button bar or Ctrl-Z from the keyboard. To combine information, it may be necessary to cut and paste text between paragraphs without deleting a paragraph marker. Refer to Chapter 7 in the Word for Windows manual for a more detailed discussion of paragraph formats. Referring back to our copy, we see on page 3 that we need to make another change in our document. Notice that this change is several paragraphs below our current position near the bottom of the document. We could move down through our document using the mouse and the scroll bar on the right side of the screen, or by tapping the page down key a couple of times until the part of the document where the last change is located appears on the screen. In a document this short, page down would be sufficient. However, this would be a good place to illustrate a technique that is often a more efficient way to move the insertion point precisely to a target that is much further away from the insertion point's current location, say several pages away. This technique is especially useful on longer documents that may just need a few changes. We will let the computer help us find a specific target. In this case, our target is the phrase we want to delete, which is "there is more text." However, it is generally more efficient to enter a short search phase. To initiate the search, enter Control F if you are using version 6, and the Find dialog box will appear on the screen. It can be opened by clicking on the Edit option on the menu bar and then clicking on the Find option in the pull-down menu. The first thing requested in the Find dialog box is what to search for. In this case, let's just enter the first two words plus the first letter of the third word in our target phrase. Thus, we enter "there is M" in the Find What box in the Find dialog box. The Find dialog box has a somewhat different appearance in version 2. However, as in version 6, we do not need to be concerned with searching for whole words or matching case, nor are we searching for any formatting. Make sure the direction is down as indicated by the darkened bullet beside the word "down" in the direction box. Then click the final Next button on the right side of the dialog box to initiate the search. If it turns out that the target wasn't as specific as we thought it was, and we stop on a matching target before the one we wanted, click on Find Next to search for the next occurrence of the target. If Word for Windows finds the target phrase, it will jump directly to it and select it. If the correct target has been selected, use the mouse to move the pointer to the Find dialog box and click the Cancel button. Our search target, however, does not include all of the text we want to delete. Therefore, the selection should be expanded to include the rest of the text to be deleted. A quick way to do this is with Shift-Control-Right arrow. This combination of keys permits the insertion point to hop over words, selecting each word as it jumps. Tap the right arrow key twice to hop to the end of the word Text. Now all of the text to be deleted has been selected. We key in the replacement text. As before, the minute we begin typing, the selected text disappears. Our last task is to indent all the paragraphs in our document by 5 spaces. First, let's jump the insertion point to the top of the document. Use Control-Home to do this. This puts the insertion point in the heading. But the heading does not need to be indented, so tap the down arrow key to move the insertion point into the first regular paragraph. Recall that to select a single paragraph, all that is needed is that the insertion point be placed anywhere in the paragraph. To change the format of the selected paragraph, the Paragraph Formatting dialog box needs to be opened. This can be done by using the mouse and clicking on the Format option in the menu bar, and then clicking on the Paragraph option. Another quick way to open the Paragraph Format dialog box that is available only in version 6 is by using the right mouse button. With the insertion point in the selected paragraph, click the right mouse button and a small pull-down menu is displayed. Click the Paragraph option on this menu and the Paragraph Format dialog box is open for the selected paragraph. The appearance of the Paragraph Format dialog box is different for versions 2 and 6. Let's examine the one for 6 first. Notice that there are already 2 entries under the spacing box in the dialog box. The first one follows the word after and contains the entry 12pt. The pt stands for points, and each point is equal to 1/72nd of an inch. Thus, 12 points is 12/72 or 1/6 of an inch. It indicates that this setting is the equivalent of 1 line at the customary line spacing of 6 lines per inch. It is this entry that causes 1 line to automatically be added to the end of the paragraph. You may have noticed that the paragraphs in our sample document have only a single paragraph marker after them rather than 2. Many users press the Enter twice after each paragraph, and this has the effect of inserting a second, empty paragraph between text paragraphs. This extra paragraph simply serves the purpose of inserting a blank line between regular text paragraphs. We recommend adding a blank line in the manner shown here, in the spacing after entry of the Paragraph Format dialog box, rather than adding an empty extra paragraph. Recall that our objective with this paragraph is to change the first line indentation. There is an indentation box, but no mention of the first line. The first line indentation is controlled under the special entry in the indentation box. Use the mouse to put the pointer on the down arrow to the right of the text box containing the entry None, and click on it. One of the choices listed in the resulting pull-down menu will be First Line. Point to and click this option. Next, it is necessary to specify how much the first line is to be indented. Although the notation on our copy calls for indenting the first line by 5 spaces, it's better to indent by inches. We will accept Word for Windows default entry of 0.5 inches. Line spacing controls the spacing between the lines within a paragraph. Remember, it is never a good idea to press the Enter key at the end of each line in a regular paragraph. Spacing after controls the amount of space between separate paragraphs. Separating paragraphs by lines that are not always multiples of whole lines is readily accomplished with this approach. Leave line spacing set to 2 in order to keep double spacing within the paragraph, and leave spacing after set to 1 to keep a blank line between this paragraph and the next one. Now let's turn our attention to the indentation box. There are 3 choices in this box: one for left indentation, one for right indentation, and one for first line indentation. With the mouse, move the pointer onto the upwardly pointing triangle on the right side of the box to the right of the first line entry. Click the left mouse button several times until the box to the left reads 0.5 inches. Notice that each click of the mouse button increases the number by 1/10 of an inch. After changing the first line setting to 0.5 inches, use the mouse to click the OK button. The selected paragraph is now adjusted so that it has a 1/2 inch indentation on the first line. Next, we wish to indent the first line of all the remaining paragraphs in the text except the paragraph heading and the paragraph in the middle of the second page, which begins in Microsoft Word for Windows. Since the paragraph heading is right below our current location in the document, it will be easy to skip past it. But what can we do about the paragraph in the middle of the second page? Because it is just the one paragraph, what we will do is indent all the paragraphs and then unindent this individual paragraph. Use the mouse to move the insertion point down to the beginning of the first paragraph under the heading. The insertion point need not be at the beginning of the paragraph, but must be positioned somewhere in it. With the keyboard, hold down the Control key and tap the down arrow key twice. This will jump the insertion point down 2 paragraphs. We now wish to select all the paragraphs from the one we are in to the one at the end of the document. Hold down both the Shift and Control keys and tap the End key. Control End jumps the insertion point to the bottom of the document, and when the Shift key is added, all the text from the current position of the insertion point to the bottom of the document is selected. Use the mouse to click the Format and then Paragraph options. Click the Special option, and finally click the First Line option. The value of 0.5 inches appears automatically. Click the OK button. All of the paragraphs that were included in the selected text are now indented 1/2 inch on their first lines. Notice that all the text remains selected. Let's repeat the process of changing the first line indentation on several paragraphs at once using version 2's Paragraph Format dialog box. First, open the Paragraph Format dialog box by clicking Format Paragraph. In the indentation box, move to the first line option and change it to 0.5 inches either by typing in the value or clicking several times on the upwardly pointing triangle. Leave the other settings unchanged. Move the mouse pointer to the OK button and click on it. All of the paragraphs in the selected text are changed to the desired 1/2 inch indenting of the first line. Since the paragraph we want to remove the first line indentation from is not too far from our present location, tap the Page Up key a couple of times until the desired paragraph appears on the screen. In the version 2 Paragraph Format dialog box, move to the first line option in the indentation box and change it from 0.5 inches to 0 inches. Leave the other paragraph formatting settings unchanged. Move the mouse pointer to the OK button and click on it. Notice how the paragraph's indenting of the first line is now removed for the selected paragraph only. The other paragraphs retain their 1/2 inch indentations on the first line. Save your changes. Spell check the document to be sure no spelling errors were accidentally introduced when making these revisions. This completes our changes. Now let's swiftly make all of these changes to illustrate how rapidly they can be made once a person has learned to make efficient use of the variety of commands that are available to you in Word for Windows. It will be possible to make all these changes in less than 15 minutes. Here is what our completely revised document looks like. Welcome to the world of Excel 5.0 for Windows. In this program, we will introduce the basic features of the Microsoft Excel 5.0. This special edition program is based on Excel 5.0 for Windows, but most of the ideas can be used with other versions of Excel, including help for Lotus 123 users. Excel is a complex multitasking spreadsheet that is easily managed in the Windows environment. You must have Windows 3.1 and a mouse to use Excel. Excel provides a platform to design your own forms and statements that require mathematical calculations in a format that is consistent to everyday operations. During this session, we will set up an expense report for an employee that travels regularly. The form will need to be formatted to look like an employee's company standard expense form. To begin Excel, Windows 3.1 must be running. To start Excel, double-click the Excel icon to start the program. Excel will appear at the top menu bar reading Microsoft Excel Book 1. Book 1 indicates the file. We will need to create our own file by using the Save As command. With the mouse, click the File menu bar in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Select Save As under File Name to enter the new file name expense1.xls. Then click OK. This will create and open the new file expense1.xls. We are ready to start formatting the expense report. With the mouse, click on cell A1. Note the location of the highlighted area. The cell location is shown above the A1 cell. Another way we can move around the spreadsheet is to type in a cell number in the cell location box. You can also use the scroll bars on the side and bottom of the Excel window to move the screen up and down with ease. When designing our spreadsheets, the first thing to do is to set the page parameters. Select Page Setup from the File menu. All of these settings should be okay, except for the orientation of this spreadsheet. It needs to be set to landscape. Now press OK. We will need to set a font for the text type of the spreadsheet. Click the A1 cell, then select the font arrow beside the font style status bar. Select Arial, then click on the font size arrow button box and select the size 12 font. This is just the size of your company's name. Highlight the cells A2 to L6 by clicking on cell A2 and dragging the mouse down to L6. Select the Arial font and click on the size arrow key. Select size 7. Notice the size 7 does not appear, but we can type this in. The font size is set to 7 in this area. Click in the A1 box and we will put in the company's name. Type your company. Highlight it, then select the bold button. Press Enter or click on A2 with the mouse to advance to the next cell below. Type your address. Now advance to the next line and type your city, your state, and zip code. Now skip 2 lines. Type your phone number. Now use the Quick Save button to save your work. Before we can add the detail expense items to complete the columns, we need to add more personal information at the top of the form. Select cell E3 and type Employee. Move to cell H3 and type Employee Signature. Position the cursor to cell K3. Type the word Date. Move the mouse to cell E4 and type Department. In cell H4, type Manager Signature. Move to cell K3 again. Highlight the word Date. Press the Copy button to copy the selected text. Now move to the cell below, K4. With the mouse, press the Paste button to place the copied text into the cell. These 2 rows need to be underlined. To do this, highlight cells E3 to K4. Select the Border Style arrow to display the Borders pull-down menu. Choose the bold border box. The 2 selected rows are now underlined. Now we can do the expense data columns for the separate expense items. Looking at the example on paper, you don't see any grid lines, but in this spreadsheet, the grid lines appear on your screen. Grid lines are a guide for Excel users and can be removed at the time the document is printed. In this example, the data cells are surrounded by borders, not grid lines. Highlight cells A7 to L8 to change the font size of this area. Click the font size arrow and select 11. While this area is highlighted, click the Text Center icon button to center all the data of these cells. Then click on column B, which highlights the complete column. Click on the Format bar in the upper menu area. Select Column and then select Width. Enter a width of 11. Set column C by repeating the process. Highlight columns D through H and repeat the column width command and set these columns for a width of 7. Highlight columns I through K and repeat the column width command and set these columns to a width of 10. Then set the column width of L to 15. We need to click on cell A8. Then type Date. Then click on B7. and type location. And then press enter. Notice the activated cell is now B8. Type from, then click on C7 and type location. Then type 2. As you can see, the columns are starting to shape into an expense report. Click on D7 and type air. Then type fare. Moving along to E7, type car. And then type rent. Click on F8 and then type taxi. Continue these column inputs as per the example provided. Park, toll, gas, hotel, phone, meals, and total. Highlight cells A7 through L8 then click on the Format section of the upper menu bar. Select the cells, click on Border, and then click on Outline. Then click on the second thickest line for the left and right borders. Click on Patterns, and then click the arrow button next to the pattern box in the lower left. Select a pattern that matches the example and select it. Click OK. Now highlight the cells A9 through L25. Click on Format and select Cells. Then, by clicking on each of the left, right, top, and bottom boxes, select the thin continuous line from the Style box. Press OK when finished. Highlight cells A23 to C25. We need to add information in a couple of these cells. Type Paid by Employee and then press Enter. Then type Paid by Company, and finally type Total. We align the text in cells A23 through A25 by highlighting them. Then click the left Align icon. Click on Format, click Cells, and select the Pattern folder. Click the Pattern button and choose the pattern per example. Click the Border folder to make sure the left and right borders are clear. Click on the outline and set that for the medium thick line. Click OK. To see the spreadsheet the way it is right now, let's click on File in the menu bar. Select Print Preview. This shows the actual page that your printer will print. If grid lines do show up on your screen, turn them off by clicking on the Setup button at the top of the page preview screen and selecting the sheet folder. Then, in the Print box, select Grid Lines. Check the box to toggle on or off the grid lines. Notice how the grid lines do not show up on the screen. The only lines shown are the borders we put in earlier. Click on Close at the top of the menu bar, and this will bring back the sheet in the editing screen. Now is a good time to save your work, so select Save. Highlight cells A27 through B28. Choose the Format menu, Cells, and the Border folder. Select a thin line for the left and right borders, and then press OK. Now select cells I27 through J28. Again, go through the procedures to reach the Borders folder. Select the left and right borders with a thin line and press OK. Highlight cells A27 through J28. Give these cells a thick outline border and press OK. You now have created two narrow cells on each side of a large cell. Type date and place in cells A28 and B28. Highlight both cells and then center justify the text. Click on cell C27 and make it left justified. Now type details of entertainment and miscellaneous. And then press enter. In cell C28, type attendees purpose and make it left justified. Select cell H28 and with right justification type description. Highlight cell I27 and type ENT. In cell I28, type AMT and also center it. Now highlight cells I27 and 28. Copy the text of these cells to J27. Go to cell J27 and replace the text EMT with MISC. Highlight cells A27 through J28. Select the Format menu and choose Cells and the Pattern folder. Choose the light pattern and press OK. Now save your file. Now we can take a quick look by doing a print preview. Select the File menu, then click Print Preview. To get a closer look at your document, position the mouse on the document. The mouse arrow changes to a magnifying glass. Close this screen to return to the normal print preview. Highlight cells A29 to B32 and format the left, right, top, and bottom borders with a thin line style. Press OK when finished. Select font size 11 and press OK. Highlight cells C29 through J32 and format cells with top and bottom borders. Select OK. Set the font size to 7 and press Enter. Click in cell K26, center justify the cell, and select font size 8. Type in the word totals and make the text bold. Highlight cells K26 to L33. Click on Format and select Cells. Set the formatting of the borders by selecting the left, right, top, and bottom to the thin line style, and make the outline border thick. Center justify the cells. Highlight K27 through L33 and select font size 7. We are ready to format the final cells of the expense report. Click on cell K27 and type ENT. Then press Enter and type Miscellaneous, Total Expenses, Advance, Prepaid, Due Company, and Due Employee. Select cell K26 and change the pattern in the Format menu. Select a darker pattern and click OK. Highlight cells K27 to K33 and click on the Format menu. Select Cells followed by the Patterns folder. Click on the Pattern button and select Background Pattern. Now click on L26, choose Format, and choose the color black. Then highlight cells L27 through L33 and set the font size to 10. We have now completed the outline format of the expense report. Now we can add the formulas to the cells that add up the totals automatically in the proper totals columns. Highlight cells A9 through A22. Click on Format and then select Cells. Then select the Number folder. Click on Date and select the standard date style on top. Make sure the correct font size is set for 11, while all of these cells are still highlighted. These cells are set up for date format. To check this setup, click on A13 and type 317. Highlight cell A9 through A32. Click on Format, then select Cells. Select the Number folder. Click on Date and select the standard date style on top. Make sure that the correct font size is set for 11, while all these cells are still highlighted. When using the date format, you only need to enter the month and the day, and Excel will add on the year. You can enter the date one of two ways. One is to type in the number of the month and the day, and the other is to write out the name of the month and then add the day. Remember, if you don't write out the month, you must separate the numbers with slashes. Highlight cells D9 through L22 and click on Format. Then select the currency in Category. Next, select the top selection in the Format codes. Click OK. This sets up the type of number that is inserted in the cell. To check this format, click on cell H15 and type 25. Notice the number format will be seen in dollars and cents. Click on the undo icon. Highlight cells D23 through L25 and format these cells in the same configuration. Then format the cells L27 through L33 the same way by highlighting them and selecting proper numerical formatting. We need to format the cells in the entertainment section of the expense report the same way by highlighting the cells I-29 through J-33 and format these cells to the currency. Now we can move ahead and put the formulas in the proper cells to add the totals of the entries. Click on cell L9 and click on the Auto Sum button. This cell will be affected by the equation we set up. Notice the equation block shows equal sum, open and close parentheses. What we do now is highlight cells D9 through K9. Excel will automatically set the formula for this cell to equals sum parentheses D9 colon K9 parentheses, showing us that the sum of D9 and K9 will be inserted into L9. Click the green check mark when the formula is OK, or check the red X if the formula is not. Notice the $0 in cell L9. To copy this, click on the cell L9 and go to Edit in the upper menu bar, and choose Copy. Then highlight cells L10 through L24, go to Edit, and choose Paste this time. Notice the $0 in all the cells selected. These cells are set up to sum up all of the rows in this area. You can check this by entering values to the cells and checking the total to the right in column L. The employee's company has a policy to pay for all airfares in advance of travel. This prepaid travel will be totaled in the Paid by Company column. Click on cell D24 and click the Auto Sum button. Then highlight cells D9 through D22 and click the green check mark when completed. This will auto sum all the rows in the selected column to this cell. Click on cell D25 and select the Auto Sum button. Highlight cell D24 to auto sum this line. Click on the green check mark when completed. Select cell E23, auto sum cells E9 through E22, and press the green check mark. Copy cell E23 and highlight F23 through K23 and then paste. Highlight cell E25 and then auto sum E23 and hit the green check mark. Copy cell E25 and highlight cells F25 through K25 and paste. Highlight cell L23 and auto sum cells E23 through K23. Select the green check mark. Highlight cell L24, then auto sum D24. Select the green check mark. Highlight cell L25 and then auto sum D25 through K25. Select the green check mark. We have just set these cells to sum up the lines 23 and 24 to a total, but now we need to black out a few cells to make this spreadsheet appear proper. Click on cell D23 and go up to Format. Select the pattern folder and select the black pattern. Then press OK. Then copy that format to the cells E24 through K24. Notice the blackout of this area. To check this, do a print preview and take a look. Let's format the date cells in the Entertainment and Miscellaneous section of the expense report. Click on cell A22 and go to Edit. Select Copy and highlight cells A29 through A32. Go to Edit again and select Paste. Now the Place column should have a general setup, and the text should be centered. If they are not, highlight the cells B29 through B32 and set these settings. By clicking on the Center button, checking the Format section, and changing the numerical value to General. Also, set these cells for a font size of 11. Do the same to cells C29 through H32. But click on the left Justify button and check the formatting. Remember, the font size for these cells should be set at 11. Then highlight cells I29 through J33 and select Format. Select the numerical format to currency. Click on cell I33, then click on the Auto Sum button. Highlight cells I29 through I32 and click the green check mark. Copy this cell over to J33 by again clicking on the cell I33 and using the copy and paste commands in the Edit window. To finish setting up the formulas, we'll do the totals column. Click on cell L27 and click on the Auto Sum button. Then click on cell I33. Then hit the green check mark. This will put the entertainment amount total in cell L27. Click on cell L28 and then the Auto Sum button and then cell J33. This will put the miscellaneous amount total in cell L28. Now click on cell L29 and the Auto Sum button to highlight cells L25 through L28. Click the green check mark. This will sum up the totals of the miscellaneous, entertainment, and paid by sections of the expense report for the total expense. To put the paid by company total in cell L31 for prepaid, select L31, Auto Sum D24, and hit the green check mark. Now we come to a somewhat complex formula input for the cells due company and due employee. If you have questions or you want to learn more about formula inputs, see your Excel Operator's Manual. Click on cell L32 and select the Auto Sum button. You need to delete the present formula and then type equals IF, open parentheses, L29 is less than L30, comma, plus L30 minus L29 minus L31, comma, open quotes, 0.00, close quotes, close parentheses, and then click on the green check mark when finished. This, in simple terms, tells Excel if the amount in cell L29 is less than the amount in cell L30 to subtract L29 from L30 and subtract L31, or to enter 0. Click on cell L33. Select the Auto Sum button. You need to delete the present formula and type equals IF, open parentheses, L30 is less than L29, comma, plus L29 minus L30 minus L31, comma, open quotes 0.00, close quotes, close parentheses. This tells Excel if the amount in cell L30 is less than the amount in cell L29 to subtract L30 from L29, then subtract L31, or to enter 0. These formulas complete the expense report by finding the difference of the total expense versus advance minus prepaid to equal due company or due employee. Save your file again. Use Print Preview to see if everything looks fine, or print out the form by selecting Print. Press OK when finished. To start a new expense report, you must do a Save As command while having this master form open. You will use this master form to create all new expense reports in the future. Select Save As and name the new file by typing in expense2.xls. This has been an introduction to Excel 5.0 for Windows. You should now be able to design your own functional spreadsheets for your home or business needs. We hope this video has made it easier for you to understand and utilize spreadsheet designing with Excel.
Welcome to Silicon Mountain Training. Today we're going to show you what Windows 95 can do. You might as well throw away all those confusing manuals that come with this program, because this video will explain the differences in previous Windows programs compared to this new version, and also provide a base of knowledge to help you run this program. If you're new to Windows, don't worry. We will help you understand this program. For those who already have Windows experience, this video will show you the improved user-friendly interface and demonstrate the power of a 32-bit multitasking environment. You will also learn tricks and tips to improve your computer's efficiency, sharpen user skills, and see the benefit of the plug-and-play functions. Windows 95 installation. From DOS or Windows, start up the Setup program on the Windows 95 setup disks, or CD-ROM. Setup will run ScanDisk, which will correct any data storage problems on your hard drive. This is a function built in the Windows 95 to optimize your computer's abilities. Select OK to start the scan disk, and after it has been completed, a scan of your hard disk drive, the Windows 95 program will copy the necessary files to get information it needs to run your computer. Setup will then ready the Setup Wizard, which is a utility that simplifies the setup process and eliminates some tedious procedures. Next, choose where you want to install Windows 95. By the default process, C:\Windows will be selected, since this is the common PC procedure. Choose Next. Setup prepares the desired directory and also checks for available hard drive space. If it finds there's not enough space, then it will recommend Setup Options. If Setup determines that there is enough hard drive space, it will go to the Setup Options screen. You are presented with 4 options and may choose one of them. Typical, the most common, and the default selection will install the standard amount of utilities and programs needed to run Windows 95. Laptop is used to run its namesake and is useful for people on the go. Minimal is for those who don't have enough free hard disk space, or for those that just want to install the basics that will operate Windows 95. Custom is the 4th and final choice. Only use this if you're accustomed to Windows. This gives you the control of what you will use and discard extras that are not needed. This option is only for the advanced Windows user. Choose the setup option you want, then click Next. Setup will analyze your computer for hard drive installed. Be patient because this process might take a while. After identifying all the hardware and making notes of your previous selections, Setup will install the program on your hard drive. When this is finished, Setup will restart your computer and will open Windows 95 while continuing to update files. There are many ways to set up Windows 95, and each configuration and finalization will be different. Simply follow the steps and the program will do the rest. Changing from Windows 3.1 and DOS to Windows 95. The people who will have the hardest time using Windows 95 are the experienced Windows and DOS users. It will require a slightly different mindset than most software that Windows and DOS users are accustomed to, and the transition from Windows 3.1 and DOS is not complicated, just tedious. From the new shell to the absence of DOS, Windows 95 is completely different. This may scare some faithful users into not updating into the new operating system, but there's no need to worry. We will discuss the basics, plus a little more to get you started. Anything we will not discuss can be found with online help, accompanied with Windows 95. Some things are too easy. The components of a window are pretty much the same as in other Windows versions. There is a control menu, minimize button, maximize button, close button, title bar, and a menu bar. These are still the same components, but with just a little different look. You may also notice that the key commands aren't listed in the menus like they used to be. But if you're one of those who must use them, don't worry, it still works. There are underlined letters in menus that are shortcuts. You can use these shortcuts by pressing Alt and then the underlined letter at the same time. If you don't like a lot of windows open at the same time, you can change it so that every time you open a new folder, the contents of it will replace what's in the currently open window. There are several reasons why Windows 95 is different from other versions of Windows. One is that Windows 95 uses a 32-bit program, which means that it has better graphics, runs faster, and it is multitasking. This means that you can run several programs at once without worrying about your system crashing. Windows 95 doesn't use a program or a file manager. Now those programs are combined in one area called My Computer. Remember how difficult it was in the early versions of Windows to come up with a creative 8-letter file name? It was hard to remember what it meant to recover your data. What about that 3-letter extension? Well, no more of that. Now you can have a file name up to 255 characters in length, and you can use spaces and punctuation. That makes it easier to remember. But you can only do this if you have software that has the Designed for Windows 95 logo. If you don't, then you must still use the 8-letter file name plus the 3-letter extension. Windows 95 boasts a friendlier interface which makes it easier to use. The primary design goal of this program was to make it easy for new users. It is designed to minimize the number of clicks to perform various tasks, which speed up the operator's work. It only takes a single click to initiate. There is no need to hold down the mouse button while moving the pointer over to the selected area. Click once on the Start button and move the mouse pointer over a group, and if there is a drop-down menu for that selection, it will pop up. When you obtain the program you want, it only takes one more click to select your choice, and that's how simple it is. When Windows 95 is started up, you'll see what's referred to as your desktop. This is intended to simulate a real desktop, and it is object-oriented. It allows you to put things where you want them. On your desktop, there's an icon titled My Computer, and to see what it contains, double-click on the icon. You will see that this contains a list of all the utilities on your PC. It lists all drives, the control panel, and printers. It uses folders for subdirectories and icons for programs and documents. There is a recycle bin that is also on your desktop. This is your trash, and is where all of your deleted files go. It's nice because the files are not erased until you empty the recycle bin. So if you put something in there by accident, you can still save it before you empty your trash. To do this, double-click the recycle bin icon. Drag the item that you want to save either onto the desktop or to the directory that you want it in. Windows 95 is a document-oriented program, and it is not application-oriented like other versions of Windows. It lets you begin creating a document without choosing an application. To open a document, click the right mouse button while the pointer is over the desktop. Choose New. Then, from the drop-down menu, select Microsoft Word 6.0 document or another kind of document. Your choices may be different depending on the software that is in your computer. After doing this, an icon will appear on your desktop. Double-click on it to begin typing and editing. There are three main areas that you need to know to be able to use Windows 95 successfully. They are the taskbar, the Explorer, and the control panel. The first area we'll discuss will be the taskbar, which can be found at the bottom of your screen. It is always on top by default. This makes multitasking capabilities easily accessible. This tool is used to start up an application or jog between applications that are currently open. Each time a new application is started or a new window is open, a command button for that window is shown on the taskbar. You can customize the taskbar to fit your needs. You can move it to any edge of the screen by dragging it there like this. Or you can make it have room for 2 rows of buttons like this. Click on the top edge and expand the size just enough to fit the 2 rows of buttons. This is useful if you are running several programs at the same time because it's easier for you to read the button functions. On the taskbar, you will find the Start menu. The Settings menu provides quick access to taskbar's own properties. You can hide it and have it pop up only when the mouse pointer is over that area, or when Control and Escape keys are pressed together. You can also choose whether or not to show the clock and change the time of the clock. Just double-click it. You have the choice to display small or large icons in the Start menu. You can also remove a file from the Start menu and still have it saved on the hard drive, or you can add a shortcut to the Start menu by choosing Add. Type in a name or click and browse to find the file you want. Click Next. Select the folder to place it in. Click Next again. Then select a name for the shortcut. Click Next. Choose an icon. Then click Finish. You can also drag these programs to the Start menu. The Documents menu shows the last 15 documents you had open. This allows easy access to them. A document can be represented by any file, and you can clear these items from the Document menu if you'd like to. The Settings menu provides quick access to Control Panel programs, which provides a list of all the program groups, printers, and fonts. It also allows you to access the taskbar's own properties. The Find menu will search disk drives for a particular file or folder. It can search by name or partial name, extension of files, time and date last modified, size, or even text in the document such as a word, phrase, or expression. This makes it much easier to find data. Help Topics is basically the same as in any other Windows versions. With Help in Windows 95, the search and index are combined into one function. You can either scroll through an alphabetical list or type in the topic of your search. The Help feature in Windows 95 contains hypertext links and jump buttons that will help take you there directly. This makes getting on different topics much easier. The Run menu allows you to activate programs directly without an installed icon. Shutdown is the same thing as turning off your computer. There is no more exit Windows because you no longer exit to DOS, and that's why Shutdown was created. You must click on it before turning your computer off, otherwise files and temporary files created may be lost, which is bad for your computer. When you click on Shutdown, you will have a few options. They are to turn the computer off, restart the computer, restart in MS-DOS mode, or close all programs and log on as a different user. The second area is the Explorer. The Explorer provides more capabilities than the File Manager. It allows you to view the file system and all available resources, including attached peripheral devices. You can view the contents of various folders by expanding and collapsing branches of the tree diagram. This is a graphic of the system's resources, and it is found on the left side of the Explorer window. The right side of the Explorer window displays the contents of the folder selected on the left side. Just double-click to open the documents, folders, or applications. Windows Explorer allows you to copy and move files from one directory to another. It also allows you to create shortcuts. To do this, drag the file to the desktop or copy the file and then paste the shortcut on the desktop. You can set the Windows Explorer to show or hide 3-letter DOS file name extensions. Maybe you would rather have a desktop that is not cluttered. To accomplish this, you can operate almost exclusively in the Explorer mode. Also, every Windows 95 folder window can display a mini Explorer. The third area that you should understand is the control panel. Its purpose is to provide a centralized location for all utilities needed to set up or configure your computer's system software and hardware. In the control panel, you will find several applets, which are small-scale applications. There is a system applet which allows you to review all physical and hardware devices present, and where possible, change their configuration. It also lets you view CPU, RAM, and hard disk controllers. There is a display applet which combines all of the controls that affects your computer's screen display. With this applet, you can change or preview desktop patterns, wallpaper, and screensavers. It lets you customize things such as colors of windows, font types, font sizes, and the color of text. It can also configure your display type by choosing the number of colors in the screen resolution. There's the Printers folder, which contains the printer setup and printer control. No more Print Manager. The Passwords applet is the final one we'll discuss. This function allows you to permit different users on the same computer to have their personalized profiles and desktop settings. There are many ways to customize Windows 95 to your preference. You can change the background. This can be done one of two ways. The first is to click on Start, then go to Settings, and then to the Control panel. After choosing that, select Display. You will have the choice of changing the background, screensaver, settings, and appearance, which can change the color of the menu bar, font size, or font type. You can use the preset choices or customize your own and save this information. The second way you can change it is by clicking the right mouse button on the background. This will bring up a menu that will let you choose properties. You can also rename items on your desktop. To do this, move the mouse pointer over the icon, then to change the name, click the right mouse button. Choose Rename, and then type in the new name and either press Return or click somewhere else on the screen. You may be a little surprised to find out that the mouse buttons are different from previous programs. The left mouse button is used to single or double click, and the right mouse button will bring up a menu about the item you click on. These items on the right click menu are the most commonly used items in Windows 95. When it is on the desktop and you click it, you have the choice to arrange icons by the way you choose, alphabetically, by size, or date last accessed. You can line up icons, and it is possible to paste or paste shortcut. New gives you the choice of a new folder or shortcut. You can also choose properties, or can choose to minimize all windows at once. You can do this by clicking the right mouse button over the taskbar area, and then choose Minimize All Windows. You can change the mouse properties by using the Buttons function to make it right or left-handed. By default, the mouse is set for right-handed. This means that the left button functions as normal select and normal drag. The right button is a context menu and special drag. When you click and drag with the right mouse button like this, you have a menu of options appear. If you choose to make it left-handed, these properties are just reversed or switched. By selecting pointers, you can choose what type of pointer you want. You can even choose 3D pointers or an animated hourglass. It is also possible to choose what size pointer you want. If you select motion, you can set the pointer speed and turn the pointer trails on or off. Pointer trails are generally used on laptops. The General category is used to tell you the type of mouse that is being used. You can have as many shortcut icons on your desktop as you want. These will allow you easy access to areas that you frequently use. You can then drag the item with the right mouse button to the desktop. Another way to create a shortcut icon is to copy the program or folder. Then go to the desktop, click the right mouse button, and then choose the Paste shortcut. Windows 95 has 3 wizards which are special applets that guide you step by step through a particular process. The 2 wizards we will discuss are the Add Printer wizard, which you can access by double-clicking the Add Printer icon. There is also the New Device Installation wizard, which you can activate by double-clicking on Add Device in the Control Panel folder. This is typically used for non-plug-and-play devices. Plug-and-play is a very important feature of Windows 95. Without it, you would have to switch cables around, change settings, and just keep trying until you got lucky and it worked. With plug-and-play, it's much easier. The way it works is that first your system identifies the devices on the motherboard plus the external devices. This would be disk drives, a keyboard, your video display, and other adapter cards. Then, the system determines the resource requirements of each device, and also determines which have been fixed requirements, and which can be reconfigured. Next, it allocates the resources remaining after considering other devices in use. After that, it creates a final system configuration and stores resource allocation data for this configuration in the registry. It also searches the system directory to find the required device driver that is needed. If the device driver is missing, you will be prompted to insert the manufacturer's floppy disk. Then it loads the driver into memory. Finally, it completes startup operations. Windows 95 Advanced Functions. Eliminating programs no longer needed from the startup group. It is always a good idea to have programs in your startup group, but it bogs down your computer to load programs that aren't needed anymore. The process for eliminating these programs isn't very difficult. Begin by clicking the right mouse button on your taskbar. Choose Properties from the context menu. Click on the Start Menu Program tab, choose the Remove button, and this will display a list of files and folders. Use the Remove shortcuts and Folders window to choose the groups or files you want to terminate. Then, click the Remove button. Remember that this doesn't kill the program completely. It just removes it from the shortcut application that channels it into the startup group. Switching screen resolutions in Windows 95. Right-click anywhere on your desktop and choose Properties from the context menu that appears. Click the Display tab in the Properties box. Then, it's possible to adjust resolution by using the slider bar to drag left or right. After you've made a selection, Windows 95 will display the new resolution. You will also see a prompt to verify that the selection made was the right one. If it doesn't look good, Windows 95 offers a default that goes back to the original resolution. But to do this, you must tell the program not to accept the change. Font manipulation. It is possible to see samples of your fonts by double-clicking on the folder in your control panel. This is a way to access a list of fonts that are already installed in your computer. Double-click on the icon that represents the font that you would like to preview. There is a similarity program that allows you to match your fonts to other computers that offer different selections. You can choose the Fonts folder, then select the View menu and click List Fonts by similarity. Then choose the font you want. Now you will see a list of fonts that are similar to the one selected. After that, you can select an example of a similar font by double-clicking on the appropriate icon. Quick System Check. Does your system seem a bit slower after adding Windows 95? We'll show you a quick way to check your system. Begin by activating the System Monitor. This is a set of utilities that monitors the CPU for functionality. You can check hard disk access time, memory that's in use, and many other subsystems. Click the Select Utilities box and then choose the system you want to monitor from the View menu. At this point, it is possible to check the performance of any system listed. Putting the control panel in the startup menu. The Windows 95 control panel is extremely important. It offers control of your system settings and commands. If you plan on installing lots of software and possibly adding some new hardware, the control panel needs to be easily accessible. To bring the control panel to the startup menu, right-click the Start button. Then choose Explore from the context menu. At this point, you may click on any empty space in the right-hand side of the Explorer window. Next, from the context menu, choose New and click on the folder. This is done to create a new folder under Start. Now you're ready to enter a command over New Folder. Type Control Panel, bracket, ZIE C2020 dash 3A EA dash 1069 dash A 2DD dash 0800 2B 30309D, end bracket. This will display the control panel when you click on the Start button. Make a new boot disk. When you're upgrading to Windows 95, it's a great time to remove all the glitches from your hard drive disk. Before you do anything, back up your database. You can use floppies, or a tape backup system works even better. Then, from DOS, use the commands fdisk, then format \s, which will create a fresh boot disk. Next, restart your computer to the C prompt. Then install Windows 95 from floppies. This takes longer than installing the program from a CD-ROM application, but it puts a completely flawless operating system on your hard drive disk. Once Windows 95 is activated, reinstall Windows 95 from the CD-ROM drive. This will give you access to applications, drivers, and media clips on your disk. When you've completed this process, run your regular scan disk and defrag programs. Now your hard disk drive is in perfect working order. At this point, reinstall DOS and other Windows programs that you plan on using. Now you can restore your database to a squeaky clean operating system. Key commands. F2 will allow user to remove a file, directory, or any other item selected. F3 is used to find folders and files. F5. This will recover a window in My Computer and Explorer. F6 is used to switch from left and right areas of the Explorer. Alt F4. This will close any Windows application or the Windows 95 operating system. Control Escape. This will display the Start menu. Control A. This key command will allow you to select all in Explorer or My Computer. Control G. Go to the Explorer. Shift and right-click on an icon, then select Delete. This will allow you to delete a file directly without wasting time using the recycle bin. Shift F10 will allow you to see the shortcut for any item or icon you've selected. Next, to shut down your PC, click Start, then Shut Down. Wait for the screen to indicate that the computer is ready to be shut off. It is important to wait for this acknowledgement because turning off your computer too quickly can cause a loss of information. This concludes our look at Windows 95. We hope that this video has helped to simplify the process of learning the software, enjoy the new user-friendly interface, and make your life a little easier. Thank you for choosing Silicon Mountain Training, and consider our product anytime that you would like to learn about the latest software and hardware.
Diagsoft is the world's leading developer of diagnostic software and technical support for personal computers. We provide support to hardware manufacturers, software engineers, and personal computer users like you. It is our pleasure to introduce you to Windows 95, Microsoft's incredible new operating system. It's loaded with features that will make your computer easier to use and more powerful. In this presentation, we'll show you how to install the system, and we'll teach you how to navigate the new user interface. We'll also introduce you to the benefits of plug and play. So without further delay, Diagsoft is proud to present part 1 of our program, Learning the Transition from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95. You'll be amazed at the advancements that are offered in Windows 95. Installation of Windows is now easier than ever. In a few moments, one of our technicians will take you step by step through the installation process. Windows 95 will automatically recognize and set up most hardware devices that you might have in your computer. The setup program will also help you save your old system files so your previous operating system can be restored if necessary. One of the most important benefits of Windows 95 is the new user interface. It's neat, clean, and logical. In Windows 3.1, you probably spent a lot of time working out of the Program Manager and its program group icons. In Windows 95, you'll spend most of your time using shortcuts and a simple start menu to run your programs. Windows 95 also allows you to set up your desktop however you like it. We'll show you how to take advantage of many exciting new features, and we'll show you how to find the old tools you are familiar with. Windows 95 is backwardly compatible, which means you can still run all your old Windows and MS-DOS programs. We'll show you how. Then we'll introduce you to preemptive multitasking, a powerful way to run multiple programs at the same time. Your files are also now much more accessible. We'll show you several ways to find, access, and edit files with the click of a button. Plug and play is a standard that almost all new hardware devices conform to. Toward the end of this program, we'll talk about hardware conflicts and the plug and play solution. That's the first part of our program at a glance. Now let's get on with Windows 95 installation. What do you need to know about installing Windows 95? It will take about an hour to install the new operating system, but it's a very straightforward process. Windows 95 provides you with 4 basic setup options to help you configure your system. In addition, Windows 95 includes advanced 32-bit drivers for most hardware devices on the market. The setup software will identify your hardware and install the correct drivers for you. Windows 95 has very reasonable system requirements. Windows 95 requires a 386SX or better computer with at least 4 megabytes of memory and at least 30 megabytes of hard drive space. It also requires at least a VGA monitor and a video card. Microsoft states that the performance of Windows 95 will be as good as that of Windows 3.1 when using 4 megs of RAM. However, Windows 95 also gives you the added benefit of vastly increased functionality. As you increase the amount of memory in your computer, Windows 95 performs better than Windows 3.1. You get large performance gains as you upgrade from 4 megs to 8 megs of memory. Here's John Krim, our software engineer, to take you step by step through the installation process.
For the most part, setup is automatic. However, I'm going to recommend a couple steps to take before installation. Then, I'll help explain a few of the terms you'll see during installation, and I'll give you a bit of advice just in case you have problems after installation. Here are my pre-installation tips. If you're using a shell utility such as Norton Desktop, uninstall it before installing Windows 95. Your old shell utilities won't run in Windows 95, so you might as well free up the disk space. However, other utilities that came with it, such as Norton Antivirus or Norton Backup, still run, so you may want to keep them. Windows 95 installation won't work properly if your existing system is misconfigured or if a piece of your hardware has gone bad. I recommend checking out your system with diagnostic software such as QA Plus for Windows. Diagsoft's QA Plus product has a quick test feature that will analyze your system and alert you to potential problems. For more information about QA Plus, call 1-800-DIAGSOFT or look for us on the internet. When installing Windows 95 over DOS or Windows 3.1, you'll get the option of saving your existing setup so that you can later uninstall Windows 95 if you have problems. If you take that option, there will be an uninstall utility, which will reside both in your Windows directory and on the Win95 recovery disk. Running this program uninstalls Windows 95 and reverts you to your previous system setup. The uninstall information takes up about 9 megs on your hard drive, so once everything is stable in Windows 95, you'll probably want to remove it by using the install/uninstall part of your control panel. Further directions can be found in the Windows 95 literature. Partway through installation, Setup will prompt you to choose the type of installation you want. Here are your 4 options. Typical sets up the most commonly used Windows components. Portable sets up features that are used by laptops while conserving hard drive space. This setup includes power management features and Briefcase, which is a program that helps you synchronize files between laptop and desktop computers. Compact sets up only the basic files you need to run Windows 95. This is useful if you have very limited hard drive space. Custom enables you to choose exactly which components to install. Choose this option if you're an advanced user and you want to customize your Windows installation. If you're a novice user, your best bet is to use the typical setup option and let Windows 95 configure your hardware for you. You can modify your Windows 95 setup at any time after installation. We'll show you how to do this in the second half of this program. After choosing what type of setup you want, Windows 95 will ask you for your name and a name for your computer. The computer name is for use on a network, so you can identify which computer you're attaching to. Windows 95 will also ask you if you wish to create a startup disk for emergency recovery, which I recommend. You'll need a single blank diskette to make the recovery disk. When installation is complete, Windows 95 will reboot. This first reboot will take a little longer than normal because Windows 95 has to configure your hardware. That's all it takes to install Windows 95. Here are 2 pieces of advice in case you encounter problems after installation. If Windows 95 locks up on booting, press Ctrl-Alt-Delete, and it will ask you if you want to start in safe mode. Safe mode is a special operating mode with no hardware drivers, meaning your sound card and CD-ROM drives won't work. When in safe mode, you can go into the control panel and change your system settings. We'll show you how the control panel works later in the program. Usually, you'll want to uninstall software or change hardware settings to solve the problem. If you can't figure out how to solve the problem, contact your dealer. If you're an advanced user and the control panel tweaking fails, you can also try remarking out all the lines of your config sys and autoexec bat files. If this solves your problem, then you know that the problem was caused by one of your DOS drivers or settings. If you don't know how to do this, you can also call your computer dealer for assistance.
What do you need to know to start using the new interface? The main goal in designing the new interface in Windows 95 was to make personal computers easier to use and more powerful for all users. Another goal was to make the transition from Windows 3.1 as simple as possible by carrying over many of the old features you're familiar with. Let's look at the old Windows 3.1 interface. When you open Windows 3.1, you see the Program Manager and any number of program group icons. In Windows 3.1, the tools you need to manage files, run programs, and change system settings are spread out among various program groups. Now, let's take a look at the new Windows 95 interface. The first thing we notice is how neat and clean it is. And as we familiarize ourselves with the new system, we find that it's also more logical and easier to navigate. Depending on how your computer is set up, various items will appear on your desktop. Let's look at a few very important ones. You'll find a taskbar and a Start button at the bottom of your screen. When you click on the Start button, you'll find the tools you need to start programs, open documents, change system settings, get online help, and much more. The Start button gives you access to all your old programs. Everything is now organized in one simple menu. You can find your old Windows program groups by clicking on Programs. Your groups now appear as folders in the Programs menu. The Programs menu also contains Windows Explorer, a new file manager. We'll come back to the Start button throughout this program. The taskbar is much easier to use than the old task list in Windows 3.1. With the taskbar, you can tell at a glance what programs are running, and you can switch between programs with a single click. Let's look at 3 new icons that appear on your desktop. You can double-click on the icon My Computer to see your computer's contents and manage your files. My Computer displays the contents of all your drives. Later, we'll compare this tool with Windows Explorer. If your computer is on a network, you can double-click on the Network Neighborhood icon to see available resources. This icon makes connecting to and viewing network resources point-and-click simple. The Recycle Bin icon is a temporary storage place for deleted files. You can also use it to retrieve or undelete files that you've discarded. If you're certain that a file is no longer needed, you can right-click on the Recycle Bin icon and choose Empty Recycle Bin. This permanently deletes the file and frees up the disk space that the file occupied. At this point, I'll let John tell you about a few more new and improved tools.
When you click on the Start button, you'll have access to 3 familiar Windows tools that have been significantly improved: the Online Help System, the Control Panel, and a new file manager called the Windows Explorer. Windows Help is one of the most important features for you to become familiar with. Once you understand the Windows 95 basics and how to use Windows Help, you can easily teach yourself about any of the more advanced features of Windows 95. The new help system includes topical help, context-sensitive help, and training cards. To access topical help about Windows 95, click the Start button and then click Help. To access topical help about an application, such as your word processor, you can press F1 while running the application, or use the Help menu in the application. The Windows 95 Help menu has 3 tabbed pages. The first tab, Contents, is like a book outline. You can view the contents of an item by double-clicking on it. The second tab, Index, allows you to search an alphabetical list of topics similar to an index in the back of a book. Each topic may be linked to several help pages. The third tab, Find, allows you to search for the occurrence of a word on any page of the help files. The new help system also has context-sensitive help for dialog boxes, which means you can point to a specific feature with your mouse and get a detailed description or instructions. Here are several ways to use context-sensitive help. The first way is to click the question mark icon on the title bar of the dialog box and then click on the feature you need help with. You can also press the F1 key while pointing at the feature in question, or you can right-click on a feature and choose What's This from the pop-up menu. I should mention that Windows 95 adds right-click ability to almost everything. Right-clicking is clicking with your right mouse button instead of the left mouse button as you usually do. In nearly all cases, right-clicking on an object brings up a context-sensitive pop-up menu. Context-sensitive means that the menu contents change depending on what you're clicking on. Pop-up menu means that the menu isn't attached to a menu bar. Get used to right-clicking on everything in Windows 95 because it can give you new options and save you time. Training cards are another new feature of the help system designed to teach you new skills. They walk you through example problems and they can help you complete a task you're unfamiliar with. Training cards usually have buttons you can press to run programs or complete tasks. They also stay in the foreground so that you can read them as you work in the background. Let's look at the Windows 95 control panel. You can use it to change the way Windows looks and works. To get to the control panel, click on the Start button, look under Settings, and click on Control Panel. The control panel gives you easy access to all your hardware and software settings. It's similar to the Windows 3.1 control panel, but easier to use. Whenever you run the Add New Hardware control panel item, you'll you'll see the Hardware Setup wizard, which leads you by the hand through new hardware installation. To view the entire hardware setup of your computer, open the System item and click on the Device Manager page. From here, making changes is a simple point-and-click operation. We'll explore this in more detail in Program 2. Windows 3.1 wasn't very intuitive when it came to file management and system information. This is partially because the information was divided between the Program Manager, the File Manager, and the Control Panel. The Windows Explorer is a much more intuitive way of managing your system. To run the Explorer, right-click the Start button and click Explore from the pop-up menu. Another way is to click on the Start button, look under Programs, and click on the Windows Explorer. The Explorer lets you view your computer's contents as a hierarchy or tree. You'll find all your available drives and folders in the left pane. On the right, you'll see the contents of the folder that is selected on the left. You can use cut, copy, and paste commands to move or copy files between directories and disk drives. Both My Computer and the Explorer let you view the contents of your computer, including the control panel, printers, and disk drives. The only difference between them is that the Explorer has a tree pane on the left, which makes it easier to view your system as a whole. Other than this tree pane, My Computer and the Explorer are identical.
Can you still run all your old DOS and Windows programs? You certainly can. Windows 95 is backwardly compatible with full support for all your old DOS and 16-bit Windows applications. But when running these older programs, you're not going to see all the advantages of the new 32-bit architecture. The new operating system fully supports 32-bit applications, which we'll discuss in the second part of this program, Mastering the Transition to Windows 95. For now, John will show you how to access all your old programs, take advantage of the new multitasking features, and create shortcuts to the programs and documents you'll use often.
The Start button gives you access to all your programs. To get to your old Program Manager groups, click on the Start button and look under Programs. Your groups appear as folders in the Programs menu. The program items are inside the appropriate program group folders. To run a DOS program, find it in either My Computer or the Explorer and double-click it. You can run an MS-DOS prompt by clicking the Start button, looking under Programs, and clicking on MS-DOS prompt. This will bring up a black DOS window. The new DOS shell in Windows 95 is improved in several ways. There's a new toolbar, and you can cut and paste text between DOS and Windows. And you can close the window by clicking on the Close button. You can switch between window mode and full screen mode by pressing Alt-Enter. It's interesting to note that DOS programs were written before multitasking, so DOS programs assume that they have control of the entire computer and that no other tasks are running. However, in Windows 95, you can run several DOS and Windows programs at the same time. That's because Windows 95 creates a virtual DOS machine for each DOS session. This virtual DOS machine simulates an entire computer running under DOS, allowing the DOS program to operate correctly. As you may know, the autoexec.bat and config.sys files describe your system's DOS configuration. These two files were very important for MS-DOS and Windows 3.1, but they become less important for Windows 95. Windows 95 uses its own 32-bit drivers whenever possible, instead of using the DOS 16-bit drivers. However, all DOS programs that you run from Windows 95 use the DOS drivers and configuration described in those DOS system files. Windows 95 also gives the DOS shells access to CD-ROMs and network drives, so that those resources don't need to be part of your DOS configuration. If you're using only 32-bit Windows 95 certified programs, and if you don't have any unusual hardware devices, then the AutoExec BAT and config.sys files are unnecessary. Let's talk briefly about multitasking. A task is a running program, so multitasking means running several programs at the same time. In Windows 3.1, you had to use the task list or type Alt-Tab to switch between programs or to see what other programs you had running. In Windows 95, you can just look at your taskbar to see what programs you have running, and you can easily switch to a task by just clicking on it. We'll talk more about advanced multitasking in Program 2. Shortcuts are an important part of customizing your desktop. They give you instant access to files you use often. A Windows 95 shortcut is a special icon similar to a program item icon in Windows 3.1. Most actions you perform on a shortcut, such as clicking or dragging, have the same effect as performing that action on the file itself. You can create as many shortcuts to a file as you want, and they take very little disk space. You'll normally put shortcuts on your desktop for the programs and documents that you frequently use. Shortcuts can be distinguished from other objects by the little arrow in a box picture in the lower left corner of the icon. There are several ways to create shortcuts in Windows 95. The easiest way to create a program shortcut is to find a program file in the Explorer and drag it onto your desktop. A shortcut to that file is automatically created. This method only works for program shortcuts and not for document shortcuts. If you attempt to create a document shortcut in this manner, you'll end up dragging the document itself and not a shortcut onto the desktop. This is okay if you mean to have the document on your desktop, but when it's on the desktop, it's no longer in the directory that you dragged it from. The easiest way to create a document shortcut is to point to a file in the Explorer and right-click on it. One of the pop-up menu options is Create Shortcut. Click on that option and a shortcut will be created in the same directory. You can then drag this shortcut onto the desktop. Renaming any file, including a shortcut, is easy. First, click on the icon you want to rename. Then, click on the text portion of the icon and wait a moment. The text will become highlighted and will display a blinking cursor. You can then type the new name for your file. That's it. Windows 95 has finally done away with the old DOS file naming conventions. You can use up to 255 characters to name your documents, and you can use spaces. In addition, you don't have to worry about file name extensions. Windows 95 maintains them for you and conveniently hides them from your view.
What is plug and play? Do you need it? The biggest complaint about DOS and Windows has always been hardware conflicts and the difficulty of properly configuring new devices. What plug and play means for you is that you no longer have to set jumpers or dip switches, and you don't have to hand modify your configuration files. Here's John.
Plug and play allows you to plug a device into the back of your computer and use it immediately. If it's an internal plug and play device, you'll have to turn the computer off to install it. But if it's an external device, you can begin using it as soon as you plug it in. If Windows 95 doesn't already have the driver for your new device, it will ask you to insert the driver disk that came with your new hardware. It's a simple, painless procedure. There are 3 components required to make plug and play work. First, you need a plug and play operating system, which Windows 95 is. Second, you need a plug and play compatible hardware device, like a CD-ROM drive, a disk drive, or a sound card. A complete plug-and-play system also includes a plug-and-play BIOS. The BIOS is a chip that goes on your motherboard. Even without a plug-and-play BIOS or motherboard, you'll still find plug-and-play devices easier to use and install with Windows 95. When shopping for peripherals, look for the plug-and-play logo on the packaging. Even if you're installing it on an older computer, it will still be easier to install and use than a non-plug-and-play device. And if you ever upgrade to a computer with a plug-and-play BIOS, you'll get the full plug-and-play advantage.
Well, we've covered a lot of territory in this program. We've given you the tools you need to install Windows 95, navigate the new interface, and run all your existing programs. We suggest you review the material in this program until you're comfortable with everything we've covered. Then you'll be ready for the second part of our program, Mastering the Transition from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95. We'll show you more new features and look at the new 32-bit operating system. Then we'll show you how Windows 95 makes multimedia easier and more engaging, and most of all, more fun. And last, we'll introduce you to several powerful new tools for networking and personal communications. We hope you've enjoyed the first part of our program. Thank you for watching. It is our pleasure to share our expertise and help you make the transition to Windows 95. We've introduced you to the Windows 95 interface and several exciting new features. In this segment, you'll learn new ways to manage your documents, and we will explain some of the benefits of the new 32-bit operating system. We'll also introduce you to powerful tools for multimedia and communications. Diagsoft is proud to present Part 2 of our program, Mastering the Transition from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95. By now, you should be familiar with the new Windows 95 interface, and you should be able to find and run all your old programs. Let's go a little deeper now and explore a few advanced features of the new system. Windows 95 is a more document-centric interface. This simply means that the operating system is designed to give you easy access to documents. Windows 95 includes several new tools that make it much easier to view and manage your files. In some cases, you can even open and view documents without opening the program that was used to create the document. Windows 95's 32-bit architecture is faster and more flexible than Windows 3.1. We'll talk about a few of the benefits of the 32-bit system: preemptive multitasking, dynamic swap files, and built-in network support. Windows 95 takes advantage of the latest multimedia technology to make computing more engaging and more fun. We'll show you some of the new multimedia players and accessories in Windows 95, and we'll talk about improved video and sound performance. Windows 95 makes it easy to communicate with others and explore the online world. We'll introduce you to the communications tools that are built into Windows 95, including support for electronic mail, fax, bulletin boards, and a new online service called the Microsoft Network. Windows 95 provides you with a variety of advanced tools to make computing easier and more powerful. Join us now for an in-depth look at some of these features. We're going to tell you about several features that make it easier to manage your documents. But before we talk about documents, John will take you back into the control panel to show you how to add features to the Windows 95 interface. This is very important because certain tools are not automatically set up during the installation process. Windows 95 includes an easy way to add and remove features at any time. This helps to save hard drive space and allows you to customize your system to suit your needs.
We talked about the control panel in the first part of this program. We're going to talk about it a little more in depth this time and talk about the Add Remove Programs item, which is a new control panel feature. Click on the Start button, go to Settings, and click on Control Panel. Add Remove Programs is what you use to install and uninstall new software and to add new Windows 95 features. As an exercise, let's add Quick View, which is a useful new tool that we'll cover later in this program. Double-click the Add Remove Programs icon. The Add Remove Programs dialog box has 3 tabs: Install, Uninstall for adding and removing any Windows 95 programs, Windows Setup for adding and removing Windows 95 features, and Startup Disk, which is for creating an emergency startup disk. We're going to use the Windows Setup page to add the Quick View feature. Quick View is an accessory, so we select Accessories. Now we click the Details button to select a specific accessory. I'm scrolling down the scroll bar to get to Quick View, and I'm going to make sure it's checked. Next, I'll click OK on both dialog boxes to save my settings. The software will ask me to insert a Windows 95 CD or diskette. Software will find the new files and copy them to my hard drive, and voila, we've added Quick View to the system. I'll show you what Quick View does shortly.
One of the goals of the new interface is to give you more flexibility when accessing and using your documents. The words document centricity and object-oriented interface are often used to describe this approach. As operating systems become more object-oriented, we can look at documents instead of programs as the key objects that we work with. There are several ways to view and open documents in Windows 95. Here's John to show you how.
As in Windows 3.1, you can still open documents from within the program that you used to create it. You can also double-click a document icon in the Explorer or in My Computer to open it. But there are a few other interesting options. Click on the Start button and go to Documents. You'll find a list of documents you've previously worked with. The list will continue to grow as new documents are edited. If the list gets too long to manage, you can clear all documents from this list as follows. Click on the Start button and go to Settings, and then click on Taskbar. Click on the tab labeled Start Menu Programs, and you'll see the Clear Documents menu button at the bottom. You can click here to clear your Documents menu. You can use the Find command to search for and open a document anywhere in your computer. To use Find, right-click the Start button and click on Find. You can type the name of the document to search for, and you can use the star wildcard as part of the name. You can also specify the path you want to search and specify whether or not you want all subdirectories searched. Press the Find Now button, and the system will build you a list of all files that meet your name criteria. You can then double-click any of those files to open them. Quick View is another feature that makes documents more accessible than in Windows 3.1. Quick View lets you view a document without opening it for modifications. This feature is not installed during a typical installation, so follow the instructions earlier in this program. If Quick View is installed, you can right-click on a document in the Explorer or My Computer and select Quick View from the pop-up menu. The pop-up menu will only have a Quick View option if a viewer is installed for that type of document, so this won't work for all files. When you click on Quick View, a window will open that shows you the contents of the document. You can also drag other documents into this viewing window to view their contents. The first button on the toolbar in the Quick View window allows you to open the document and edit it. Property sheets are another feature that add to the object-centered nature of Windows 95. Almost everything on your desktop has properties. For example, one of the properties for a shortcut is its target, or the file that will be opened if the shortcut is clicked on. Disk drives have properties, programs have properties, documents have properties, shortcuts have properties, My Computer has properties, and the taskbar has properties. To view an object's properties, all you have to do is right-click on it and select Properties from the pop-up menu. The Properties dialog box will look different depending on the type of object you're dealing with. For example, let's look at the properties of our C drive. I right-click on C and choose Properties from the pop-up menu. As you can see, hard drive properties include a neat little graphic that shows how much free space you have left on the drive. Microsoft's OLE, which stands for Object Linking and Embedding, is another feature that increases document flexibility. OLE is a feature of Microsoft Office that has been incorporated into Windows 95. With OLE-compliant applications, you can cut or copy part of a document from an object application and paste it into a container application. When you edit that part of the document in the container application, control is transferred back to the object application for editing. For example, you can copy part of a spreadsheet from Microsoft Excel and paste it into a Microsoft Word document. The spreadsheet is now part of the Word document. When you click on the spreadsheet, your menus and toolbars will turn into Excel menus and toolbars, and you can manipulate the spreadsheet from within Word. Basically, OLE helps us create compound documents by letting us link and embed documents from different applications. Many of the major applications on the market today are OLE compatible, and we're going to see more of this in the future. Drag and drop is another OLE feature. There are several ways to drag and drop documents to perform useful actions. For example, if you drag a document file that was created by an OLE application onto the printer or a printer shortcut icon, the document will be printed. This is a time-saving alternative to opening the document, choosing File, Print, and closing the application. Here's another drag and drop example. Let's select a section of text in Microsoft Word and drag it onto the desktop. When you drop it on the desktop, it becomes a word selection object. From there, you can drag it into any other OLE document. The text will become part of the document you drag it into.
Windows 95 is more robust, more flexible, and in many cases faster than Windows 3.1. This is because Windows 95 has an improved 32-bit protected mode architecture. This new operating system means several things for you. When using 32-bit programs, your computer can easily handle larger data files. That means improved performance, faster network access, smoother video and sound, and no out-of-memory errors. In addition, 32-bit programs are protected from each other. So, crashing a 32-bit program won't crash your system or affect other applications. Your old 16-bit Windows programs aren't entirely protected from each other, but they are somewhat separated from the operating system. So crashing your old programs won't bring your system down as often as it did in Windows 3.1. John will tell you about 3 important features of the 32-bit operating system.
In the first part of our program, we talked about multitasking, or running several applications at one time. Windows 3.1 used cooperative multitasking, where only one application had control of the computer at a given time. You could have several applications running, but each task had to wait for another task to finish processing before it could continue running. In this scenario, if a task crashes, there's a good chance that the entire operating system and all other tasks will also be brought down. This happens because the other tasks are waiting for the crashed task to release control, and it never does. Preemptive multitasking means that your computer can do work on several applications at a time in parallel. Instead of waiting for a task to finish processing, Windows 95 allows a task to run for a short time and then pauses that task and gives control to the next task for the same length of time. This gives the appearance that all your tasks are running simultaneously. No one application has total control of the computer for extended periods of time. If one task crashes, the other tasks don't get stuck waiting endlessly for it to finish processing. You can then end the crashed task and continue on with the other task you are running. In Windows 95, only the 32-bit programs are preemptively multitasked. Your older 16-bit Windows programs are still cooperatively multitasked. Actually, to get real technical, 16-bit programs are cooperatively multitasked within a 32-bit preemptive task. But if you don't understand that, don't worry about it. If you're running a 16-bit program and it locks up, it's also going to bring down any other 16-bit programs that you're running. But the lockup won't bring down the operating system as often as it did in Windows 3.1. If a 32-bit task locks up, you can end that task without affecting any other tasks. Let's talk about the new 32-bit swap file. A swap file is a portion of your hard drive that is used as extra memory when you need it. If you need more memory than you have in RAM, it will access your swap file to make up the difference. Note that memory access is much faster than disk access. So even though Windows 95 can simulate as much RAM as it needs using a swap file, your computer will run a lot faster when you have plenty of RAM. In Windows 3.1, you had to go into your control panel and adjust the size of your swap file depending on your memory needs. Windows 95 automatically creates a swap file for you and adjusts its size as needed, using an algorithm that balances remaining hard drive space and memory needs. For illustration, let's say you have 8 megs of RAM in your system. I'll guess that Windows 95 uses about 4 megs of memory to operate. If you open an application that requires 4 megs of memory, you'll be using all your RAM. If you open a second application that requires another 4 megs, Windows 95 will automatically create a 4 meg swap file to accommodate the new task. If a third application is opened, Windows 95 will increase the size of the swap file to accommodate it. When you switch tasks, the task in memory is swapped out to the swap file, and the new task is swapped back into memory from the swap file. Basically, Windows 95 will make sure you always have enough memory to perform your tasks. This self-optimization feature eliminates out-of-memory errors and gives you better performance.
Another benefit of the new operating system is its built-in networking capabilities. Networks are becoming more and more common in office environments. They allow you and your coworkers to share documents and programs, and they allow you to share printers and other hardware. If your computer is set up to use a network, the Network Neighborhood icon appears on your desktop. When you double-click on the icon, you might see other computers in your work group or servers you are connected to. Windows 95 includes all the software you need for networking, including a new user interface, which makes it easier than ever to view and connect to the computers on your network. John will tell you about the various types of networks that you can connect to from within Windows 95.
First, let's define two types of networks: peer-to-peer networks and client-server networks. On a peer-to-peer network, you can access files or printers on your neighbor's machine, and your neighbors can access your computer. This is useful in small offices where a few individuals need to share information. Windows 95 includes all the software you need to build a peer-to-peer network with other Windows 95 or Windows for Workgroups computers. It's easy to create your own network. Buy a 32-bit plug-and-play Ethernet card for each computer in your office, hook up cables between the computers, and let Windows 95 automatically configure your hardware and walk you through setting up your network. On a client-server network, you have access to files and printers on a specially designated server computer. You may also have access to other computers on the network, but this access is controlled by the server. This type of network is common in larger office environments where security is an issue. You can have file servers, where each client has access to the parts of the server's hard drives. You can have print servers, which clients use to access network printers. And you can have compute servers, where you can use a bigger, faster computer to perform some processing for you. A Windows 95 computer can be used as a universal client. This means that your computer can be hooked up as a client to different types of network servers at the same time. A Windows 95 computer can talk to Novell NetWare servers, Windows NT servers, OS2 servers, Unix servers, and several others. Windows 95 also includes dial-up networking support. You can use your modem at home to access files and printers at the office by calling up a server through the phone line. This is particularly useful for traveling executives or anyone who wants to access their office computer from home.
What are the new multimedia capabilities of Windows 95? When we talk about multimedia, it's important to differentiate multimedia hardware from multimedia software. Multimedia software includes programs that contain sound, digital video, and animation, in addition to text and graphics. Most interactive CD-ROM titles on the market fall into this category. Multimedia software also includes tools for playing sound and video files, which are built into the Windows 95 operating system. Multimedia hardware is any device that is used to record or play back sound, video, or animation, including CD-ROM drives, sound cards, speakers, microphones, and video capture boards. Windows 95 has several features that increase multimedia performance and make it easier to use. Here's John to tell you more.
Windows 95 includes tools for video playback, audio playback, and audio recording. It will take care of all your basic multimedia needs, but more sophisticated multimedia tools can always be purchased separately. The media player is used to play AVI video files, WAV sound files, and MIDI sound files. A sound card is required to play the sound. The user interface has play, pause, fast forward, rewind, stop, and eject buttons, and it has a slider control that allows you to position the playback at any point in the multimedia sequence. Whenever you double-click an AVI file or a MIDI file in the Explorer, Windows 95 plays them using this media player. The sound recorder is used to play and record WAV sound files. It requires a sound card for playing and recording, and a microphone for recording sound. It has standard play, pause, reverse, and fast forward, stop, and record buttons, and it also has a slider control that allows you to position the playback at any point in the sound sequence. Whenever you double-click on a WAV file in the Explorer, it automatically plays it in the sound recorder. Autoplay is a new feature for CD-ROMs and music CDs. If you insert a CD-ROM program disc that includes an autoplay file, Windows 95 will automatically run a startup program that identifies the CD. Windows 95 will then ask you if you want to run a program on the CD. If you insert a music CD into your CD-ROM drive, the Windows 95 CD player is automatically run, which allows you to play music CDs while you work. I'll talk about the CD player in just a moment. You can also use the autoplay feature by double-clicking on the CD icon in the Explorer. To view the contents of a CD without running the autoplay program, hold down the Shift key while you double-click on the CD. The CD player is used to play standard music CDs. To run the CD player, either insert a music CD into your CD drive or double-click the CD icon in the Explorer when a music CD is in your CD drive. The CD player program looks like the CD console in a home stereo system. You can type the musician and album title for your CD, and the CD player program will automatically recognize it whenever you insert that CD again. Windows 95's new 32-bit file system and preemptive multitasking capabilities mean improved video and sound performance. You'll see smoother video and sound playback, particularly when you use 32-bit applications. There are a couple new terms you may come across when looking at your multimedia setup in your control panel, so let's take a look at them. We'll look at the multimedia configuration in our control panel. Click the Start button, go to Settings, and click on Control Panel. Then open Multimedia Configuration. Then click on Advanced page. You'll see that you have a list of audio compression codecs and video compression codecs. A codec is a compression-decompression manager. The CO comes from compression, and the DEC stands for decompression. Sound, picture, and video data eats up a lot of disk space, so it is usually compressed when it is recorded, and it is decompressed when it's played back. The codecs take care of this task for you. Windows 95 is automatically configured with most of the codecs you need. DCI stands for Display Control Interface. It is a new display driver hardware interface created by Microsoft and Intel, and it includes a number of features that will give you better video and graphics performance. Windows 95 has improved video performance even without DCI, but you'll get the best video if you have it. If video performance is important to you, look for a DCI-compatible video card next time you upgrade.
Will Windows 95 make communications easier? When you are ready to go beyond the computer on your desk, there are many ways to communicate with other computers and computer users. We've already introduced you to networking. Now let's explore a few more tools. Windows 95 includes many of the communications tools that were purchased separately in the past. Communications is now an integral part of the operating system. Windows 95 includes support for most major email formats, the Internet, fax communications, electronic bulletin boards, and a new online service called the Microsoft Network.
You can use Hyperterminal to easily connect to other computers, bulletin boards, or text-based online services. Hyperterminal can auto-configure your modem and uses connection documents so that you can easily hook up to anyone you've called before. When you run Hyperterminal, it checks for a modem already installed on your system. If it can't find the modem in your configuration, Hyperterminal runs a modem setup wizard, which can automatically detect and configure your modem. Hyperterminal creates connection documents with a .ht extension that you can open from the Explorer. A connection, in the Hyperterminal context, consists of a phone number, a label, a modem speed setting, and error correction settings. You'll have a connection document for each number you call with your modem. The new Hyperterminal makes modem connections easier than ever. Microsoft Exchange features a universal inbox which allows you to send, receive, and organize electronic mail and faxes. To use Exchange, you have to have a modem or a network connection. Exchange gives you a flexible way of managing your communications with others. It features a personal address book, which allows you to organize all your contacts by name, address, phone number, fax number, and email address. You can send and receive email, and you can attach files to your email, like word processor documents or entire applications. Exchange works best when you use Microsoft Mail as your mail system. It allows you to gather Microsoft Mail, CompuServe Mail, and Microsoft Network Mail in the same inbox. Other information services should eventually be supported, so we'll be able to use Internet Mail, CC Mail, and other formats. The only way Microsoft gives you to send and receive Internet email is through the Microsoft Network. However, Exchange will eventually allow us to manage all forms of interpersonal communication in a central place. With the fax modem and Microsoft Fax, you can easily send and receive fax messages. Incoming faxes appear as messages in your Microsoft Exchange inbox. Microsoft Fax comes with a cover page editor, including several sample cover pages, and a fax viewer for viewing faxes that can't be edited. Microsoft Fax is one of the neater new features of Windows 95. It includes a fax printer driver, which means that you can choose the fax as your printer and fax any document that you can print. Any contact from your personal address book can be a fax recipient, or you can manually enter the number you want to fax to. Microsoft Fax is integrated with Exchange, which allows you to send email over your fax modem as if it were a fax. To use this feature, your fax recipient must have a fax modem and must be using Windows 95 or Windows for Workgroups. With this feature, you have a wide area network that you can use to send a data file to anyone in the world. When you send email to a fax machine, Microsoft Fax is smart enough to figure out whether it's talking to another Microsoft Fax or to a regular fax machine. If it's talking to a Microsoft Fax, it keeps everything in binary format so the recipient can edit the file. If it's talking to a standard fax machine, it renders the file so it will print out on the receiving end. You can buy membership to the Microsoft Network, which is a CompuServe-like information service with internet links and forums for just about any interest group. You can use this service to read the news, find answers to technical questions, download software, connect to the internet, and much more. At the time of this recording, the Microsoft Network is still under construction, but it will be one of the largest bulletin board information services in the entire world. With the high-quality graphics that you'll see on the Microsoft Network, you're going to need at least a 14.4 modem and preferably a 28.8. With less than a 14.4K modem speed, you're going to be waiting longer than you'd like to for the content to appear on your screen. Hopefully, you'll also have a local access number that runs at 14.4 or better to avoid long-distance phone charges.
We hope you've enjoyed part 2 of our program, Mastering the Transition from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95. We've covered a lot of new territory. We've introduced you to improvements in document management, system architecture, multimedia support, and communications. We at DIAGSoft hope that you'll return to parts 1 and 2 of our program to answer any questions you might have about the new operating system. Windows 95 is simple to install and use, and it's loaded with features that make computing easier, more powerful, and more fun. Thanks for watching our program, and thank you for choosing DIAGSoft's Introduction to Windows 95.
Microsoft Office 95, Part 1, Word, Excel, and Scheduler. Section 1, Introduction. What's on this video? In Part 1 of this instructional video, we will present and demonstrate how to use Microsoft Word 7.0, Microsoft Excel 7.0, and Microsoft Scheduler 7.0. Topics covered will include Introduction. In this section, we will introduce the applications of Microsoft Office 95 and the various installation options. Tools and help. Microsoft Office 95 provides you with many help options. Learning to use them, in conjunction with the skills explained in this video, will have you using the applications to their potential in no time. Using Microsoft Word 7.0. Creating and manipulating documents is just the beginning. In this section, learn to use the powerful tools included to make your work look better and create a more powerful impression. Using Microsoft Excel 7.0. Effectively producing and manipulating spreadsheets is a must in today's business world. It's also a breeze once certain basic features of this application are learned. Using Microsoft Scheduler 7.0. Much more than just an organizer, this program can be used to manage contacts and create a continual to-do list. Organize your time with Microsoft Scheduler and see how much easier your day becomes. Putting it together. The real value of Microsoft Office 95 is the ease in which you can combine data from different applications. Using this section, it will be easy to create and manipulate fantastic-looking reports and manuals. What is Microsoft Office 95? Microsoft Office 95 is a powerful group or suite of programs designed to assist the user in performing home and business-related tasks. These tasks would include word processing, producing spreadsheets, creating lists of information with databases, and producing professional and quality presentations. Microsoft Office also gives the user the ability to merge information in these programs, which would be useful for producing manuals and in-depth reports. Microsoft Office for Windows 95 is the natural evolution of this popular product designed to take advantage of the power and versatility of Windows 95. The user will be excited to find that the ability to use the different applications together provides them with almost limitless options on how to create and present a project, using the interactive examples disc. This video is designed to be much more than just a lecture or presentation. With the interactive examples disc, you will be able to follow our exercises in the use of Microsoft Office 95. Note, you must have a copy of Microsoft Office 95 to use this disk. It contains example files which were made with various applications we will be discussing. In order to use these files over again, it is suggested that you copy the entire interactive examples folder to your hard drive. Do not use the files directly from the floppy drive. Versions of Microsoft Office 95. Standard version. Microsoft Office for Windows 95 comes in two distinct versions, Standard and Professional. It is up to the individual user to decide which package suits their needs best. Microsoft Office 95 Standard includes these applications: word processing with Microsoft Word 7.0, spreadsheet and graph generation with Microsoft Excel 7.0, report and presentation generation with Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, and a 21st century daytimer called Microsoft Scheduler. Professional version. Microsoft Office 95 Professional contains all the applications included in the Standard Edition, as well as the powerful database application Microsoft Access 7.0. Additionally, certain packages of the Professional Edition also contain Microsoft Bookshelf 95, which turns your home PC into a formidable reference library. Microsoft Bookshelf 95 contains a dictionary, encyclopedia, thesaurus, and a book of notable quotes. Installation options of Microsoft Office 95. Microsoft Office 95 has several installation options available. These options will determine the demands that this package will put on your system and its resources. They will also determine how much online help you will receive and how many of the tools used to create charts and graphs will be available. Compact install. This option requires only 28 megabytes of hard drive space, but at the expense of many of the useful help and charting tools that make Microsoft Office 95 so easy to use. The compact install option will install only the required files needed to run the various applications. Use this option only if you are very short on hard drive space. Typical install. As implied, this is the most common installation option. This will install all of the most popular features of Microsoft Office 95, but not many of the charting tools that you will need for certain applications. This option requires 55 megabytes of hard drive space. Custom install. This option gives the user the most control over which options of Microsoft Office 95 are to be installed. A full installation of all the features available will take over 89 megabytes of hard drive space. This option gives the most flexibility as to the components to be installed. CD-ROM install. If you have purchased Microsoft Office 95 on CD-ROM, you can choose to run the various software applications directly from the optical media. This option allows you to use only 30 megabytes of hard disk space for installation, but does not place the constraints of the compact install in your program package. Section 2. Tools and Help. The Shortcut Toolbar. Microsoft Office 95 gives you many helpful shortcuts and tools to make the job you have to accomplish that much easier. When you finish installing the package, you will notice a new addition to your desktop. This is the Shortcut Toolbar. You can use this toolbar to start Microsoft Office 95 applications and to launch the various help modules of Microsoft Office 95. The toolbar can also be easily moved by simply clicking on one of the black spaces between the icons, holding down the left mouse button and dragging it to the desired location. For quick and easy access to your Microsoft Office 95 files, this shortcut toolbar provides a more than satisfactory solution. Removing the shortcut toolbar. The toolbar will be automatically added to the startup folder after installation. This means that the toolbar will automatically launch each time Windows 95 is started. Like any active program, the shortcut toolbar uses some of your system memory to run. If conserving memory is a concern, you can remove this or any program from the startup folder. By pointing your mouse to the Start button and clicking the right mouse button, then simply choose Explore by clicking the left mouse button. Choosing this option will open the Windows 95 Explorer, a file management utility. You will notice that the left-hand window of the Explorer is a tree showing the contents of your hard drive. The right-hand window is entitled Contents of Start Menu. If you double-click your left mouse button on the folder entitled Programs, it shows all the programs that are included in the Programs section of your Start button. By then opening the Startup folder, you will see all programs that are being added as part of Windows 95 normal startup procedure. You can remove items from the Startup folder by simply clicking your left mouse button once to highlight the desired item. Do not let go of the mouse button. Next, simply drag the item from the Startup folder to the Microsoft Office folder on the right side of the screen and release the mouse button. This item shortcut toolbar has been moved to the Microsoft Office folder. The next time Windows 95 is started, the shortcut toolbar will not automatically start, but it is available to you by simply clicking your Start button, choosing the Program folder, and then the Microsoft Office folder, then the shortcut toolbar item. Once this item is activated, the shortcut toolbar appears in its normal location. By using the Windows Explorer, you can customize your Programs folder to your liking. Getting results with Microsoft Office for Windows 95 Workbook. Microsoft Office 95 is packaged with a book, which is not a manual in the strictest sense, but more of a comprehensive workbook. Getting results with Microsoft Office for Windows 95 is an activity-based guidebook. You are given various tasks to perform, and the book shows you the easiest way to get them done. This hands-on approach is much more effective than a simple manual. Online version of Getting Results. If you've purchased the CD-ROM edition of Microsoft Office 95, you can access the book at any time by simply clicking on the Getting Results book icon in the shortcut toolbar. The entire text of the book is available at any time. The Answer Wizard. Microsoft Office 95 offers you as the user the ability to get instant answers for most common questions using the interactive Answer Wizard. This handy program helps you to become acquainted with the features of Microsoft Office 95 in a very user-friendly fashion. Each application has its own answer wizard with answers to questions about the particular program's use. For example, Microsoft Excel 7.0 has an answer wizard dealing with the use and operation of that program. The answer wizard available to you on the shortcut toolbar will help answer your questions about the use of the shortcut toolbar, while the answer wizard available in the individual Microsoft Office 95 applications will help you use those applications more effectively. Using the answer wizard. For the purpose of this demonstration, we will use the answer wizard in Microsoft Word 7.0. No matter which application you are using, however, getting help with the answer wizard is very simple. Type your question in the request text box, such as, "How do I create a table?" and click on Search. You will then see a list of topics that pertain to your request, and you can choose the one that best answers your question. By simply following the help screens, you will quickly find answers to your questions. The Answer Wizard is a powerful tool which not only answers your questions, but indexes all of the available help resources of Microsoft Office 95. When your questions need a quick answer, use this resource first. Application Toolbars. In addition to the shortcut toolbar in the Answer Wizard, each application in Microsoft Office 95 has its own toolbar. These application toolbars are designed to be similar in appearance so that you can manipulate and change your individual files with ease. The toolbars can be customized by simply right-clicking the mouse button on the toolbar and either adding or deleting applications from the pop-up menu. Similar features of the application toolbars. As stated before, the application toolbars in the different Microsoft Office 95 components are similar in appearance. There are also some features which are shared in the toolbars of the different applications. Font manipulation. Using this option, you can change the appearance of typeface by simply clicking on the down arrow and selecting a typeface from the drop-down box. Changing font size is accomplished in a similar fashion. Font formatting. By clicking on one of these three boxes, you can add boldfaced, italics, or underlining to the selected font. Printing your selection is a matter of simply clicking on this icon. Cutting and pasting. The ability to remove entire paragraphs of text or selections of spreadsheets and relocating them to different locations within the file is accomplished by using these two icons. The Insert button. Sharing information, such as Microsoft Excel worksheets and Microsoft Word tables, or addresses from Microsoft Scheduler, is accomplished by clicking these icons. Arrow Help. All Microsoft Office 95 application toolbars are equipped with Arrow Help. By simply clicking on this icon, the question mark is activated. You can then point to any item in the toolbar, left-click the mouse, and get an explanation of that item. Tip Wizard. This new tool adds a dialog box to both Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel. In the dialog box, the user will see suggestions on how to use various features of this application. The user can scroll through the recent suggestions offered by Tip Wizard by simply clicking on these arrows. By clicking this Show Me icon, Tip Wizard will show you how to accomplish the tip it has just given you. Learning the similarities in the application toolbars and how those similarities aid you in your work is a very important component of learning how to use Microsoft Office 95. Section 3. Using Microsoft Word 7.0. Creating a document. Microsoft Word 7.0 is much more than just a simple word processor. With practice of the techniques that we are going to discuss, you will learn to create exciting documents which include charts, graphics, and tables. Using tools such as this will make a much more powerful impression than creating a simple letter or list. In this section, we will create and manipulate a document together. To begin your document, simply open Microsoft Word 7.0 and begin typing your text in the blank page. In order for your document to look exactly like it will be printed, click the left mouse button on the View menu at the top of the screen and select Page Layout. Using this option, your document will now look the same on screen as it will when you print it out. Changing font size and appearance. To change a typeface or font or its size on the screen, simply use the toolbar as we did in the previous section. This can be done to all of your text or to any part of your text. Select a portion of your text by pointing your mouse to the sentences or paragraphs you wish to change. Then select the text by holding down the left mouse button and moving the pointer until all text you wish to change is highlighted in black. For this example, select the sentence in the second paragraph which reads, Microsoft Word 7.0 is a powerful tool used in the creation of documents. The next step is to release the mouse button and move your pointer to the font box. Click the left button and hold it down, and you should see a listing of typefaces like this. You can then choose a different typeface by highlighting the name of the font and releasing the left button. You can change the size of your typeface by using the size box to the right of the font box. As you can see, the selected text has changed in appearance and size. Additionally, with Microsoft Office 95, you can simply select the text and then right-click your mouse. A menu will appear, and by choosing font, you will be able to manipulate the text in the same fashion as the toolbar boxes. When you are finished changing the text, deselect the change portion by simply clicking your left mouse button anywhere on the page. By using the bold, italic, and underline options on the toolbar, you can also add those special options to your selected text. Let us practice by selecting the words Microsoft Word 7.0 from the first sentence in the first paragraph. Then add bold-faced and italics to them. You will find that varying your typefaces in a document or adding special formatting will help accentuate a point or make a more effective document. Cutting and pasting text. During the writing process, it is common to change your thoughts and rearrange your phrasing. With the options of cut and paste, you can easily change the text of your report to make your thoughts flow and your points easier to follow. Select the text you wish to cut by pointing your mouse at the beginning of the sentence or paragraph and clicking your left mouse button. This is the same technique used when changing the typeface of text. After you have determined the start point of your cut, simply drag the pointer until all relevant text is selected. When the text has been selected, simply left-click your mouse on the scissors icon on the toolbar, and the text will disappear. Don't worry, your text has not been deleted. It's being stored by a tool called Clipboard and is perfectly safe. To reinsert the text in a different location, point the mouse to where you wish the text to begin and click the left button. For this example, we are going to move the second paragraph to the top of the page. Move your mouse to the toolbar and click on the icon that looks like a clipboard. Presto! Your selection reappears. Let's move the paragraph back to where it started by using a different technique. We can accomplish the same result by selecting the text, clicking the right mouse button to bring up the menu, and selecting Cut. Move your mouse to the area we originally cut the text from and left-click. Then click the right mouse button to activate the menu and select Paste. By practicing these two techniques, you will be able to manipulate the thoughts you put on the paper with ease. Inserting headers and footers. Next, we are going to insert headers and footers into our document. Headers and footers are special text that go at the top and the bottom of every page. To use headers and footers, click the left mouse button on the View menu on top of the toolbar and choose Header and Footer. An area at the top of the screen is outlined with dashes. This is the area that your header will be inserted. A toolbar also appears, which allows you to manipulate the content of your header or footer. To switch between the header and footer, left-click the first icon on the toolbar, like this. You will see that the dashed area is moved to the bottom of the screen, but the toolbar is still there for you to use. To insert text into your footer, click the left mouse button inside the dashed area, and the blinking cursor will appear. Type Microsoft Word Worksheet in this area. Using the font box and the font size box, you can change the size and appearance of your footer text just like any other text. Remember to select the text first before editing. Using this insert menu at the top of the screen, you can also insert numbers anywhere in your footer. Using the number menu allows you to decide where you want your numbers to appear in the footer, left, center, or right. Select the center option and your page numbers will appear in the bottom center of each page. Once you have finished setting up the footer, click on the close box of the header and footer toolbar. Your footer will still be visible, and it will now appear on every page you have written so far, as well as every new page you will begin. Don't be concerned that the footer appears faded. This is just to avoid confusion as you are editing your document. When you print your document, the headers and footers will be as dark as the rest of your text. Using the highlighter. Microsoft Word 7.0 has a new editing tool which allows you to highlight certain points in a report or edit a document file more effectively. Appropriately enough, this tool is called the highlighter. To use this option, select the text which you wish to highlight. We will choose the first sentence in the third paragraph for this example. Again, we will do this by pointing the mouse at the beginning of the text we wish to change. Clicking and holding the left mouse button and dragging the pointer until all of the text we wish to manipulate is selected. Before we highlight our selected text, we must select the highlighting color from the menu. Point the mouse to the down arrow at the right of the highlight icon, and you will see a selection of colors to choose from when highlighting. Do you see the small square on the highlighting icon? The color of this square tells you what color, if any, your highlighting tool will use. A white square here indicates that there is no highlighting color chosen. You must select a color from this menu before you begin highlighting. Once a color has been chosen, you are ready to begin highlighting your selection. Point the mouse at the highlight button on the toolbar and click on it. The selected text has now been highlighted in the chosen color. You can also use the highlighting tool as a pen. To do this, simply choose a color to use as your highlighting color and click on the highlighting icon. The mouse pointer now has a highlighting pen attached to it, which you can use by simply pointing to the text you wish to highlight, holding down the left mouse button, and dragging the pen across the entire area. Inserting drawings. Your ability to create a document is not limited to merely changing typefaces or adding headers and footers. By using the drawing tools included with Microsoft Word 7.0, you can create and display pictures in your document. In this exercise, we will use the drawing toolbar to insert drawings into our example worksheet. By left-clicking on this icon, a new toolbar is added to your screen. These tools are used to edit and create graphics and drawings to be used in your documents. To insert a custom drawing into your document, click on the Create Picture icon. A box will open for you to edit the picture. Using the shaping tools, you can create lines, circles, ellipses, rectangles, and free-form shapes in your picture. By choosing a shape, you can then size it inside the picture grid using the mouse. See how the mouse pointer turns from an arrow to a crosshair when you move inside the picture grid? By clicking the left mouse button and moving the mouse across the grid, you can size the rectangle to any length or width desired. You can change the color of the rectangle you have created by clicking on the Fill Color icon. Once you have finished editing your picture, click on the Reset Picture Boundary icon on the small toolbar. This will shrink the boundary so that it fits tightly around your picture. Resetting the boundary in this fashion will make it easier for your picture to fit in your document. When finished, click the Close button to return to the document. Once inside your document, the picture can be moved or resized using the black handles shown here. To resize the picture, simply click on one of these handles and move down the left mouse button while moving the mouse. When the picture is on the desired size, release the mouse button and click outside the picture to deselect it. The picture is deselected when the handles disappear. To insert a pre-made graphic into your document, simply choose Picture from the Insert menu. A box will appear, and you can choose clip art from the choices on the left-hand side of the box. These images can be previewed by clicking on the name of the image once and viewing it in the preview window. The preview window allows you to look at a certain image before you decide if you want to include it in your document. If you find an image that you like, you can add it to your document by clicking OK. The box will disappear and the clip art will be in your document. You can change the size and placement of the image by using the handles. In addition to the toolbars and menus, you can also edit and move images by selecting them and clicking the right mouse button to bring up an editing menu. By using the drawing toolbar and the insert menu, your documents can be effectively illustrated. Inserting tables. Sometimes you may wish to organize certain data in your document using a table. Tables can be used when you have several columns of information and you want to make sure that it lines up correctly and looks neat and orderly. In this example, we will insert a table between the second and third paragraphs of our practice document. To insert a table into the document, click on the Insert Table button on your toolbar. After the button is depressed, a group of blank rows and columns will appear. By dragging the mouse, you can determine the size of the table you wish to insert. At the bottom, you will see the size of the table that you are inserting. When you have decided what size of table you want, let go of the mouse button and the table will automatically be inserted into your document. Your next step is to add your data to the individual cells in the table by clicking the left mouse button on the cell which you wish to edit and typing your data. For the sake of this demonstration, type Documents Produced in the first cell and the number 24 in the second cell. Data entered can be numbers or text. Tables can be easily formatted using the many formatting styles available to you using the Tables menu. By using the auto formatting options, you can choose a style and appearance for your table, which you can preview in the window provided. Inserting columns. When creating a newsletter or report, you may wish to organize your text into columns. You can insert these columns into your document at any point during your editing process. To insert columns, move your mouse pointer to the columns icon on the application toolbar. When you click on the columns icon, you will see a table of 4 columns appear. By simply holding down the left mouse button and dragging the pointer to the right, you can choose to have your text appear in 1, 2, 3, or 4 columns. The use of columns can create a very professional-looking newsletter. Checking your document for errors. While you are writing your document, Microsoft Word 7.0 helps you to avoid spelling errors. In order for your document to be spell checked, simply type normally. The real-time spell checker at the bottom of the screen will automatically check your spelling for errors. In addition, we have made several spelling errors in our practice document for this exercise. As you can see, the misspelled words are underlined in red, like this. To correct a misspelling, simply right-click your mouse on the word and a menu will appear with a different spelled suggestion. To select the correctly spelled version of the word, point your mouse to the word on the menu and left-click. In addition to the spell checker, Microsoft Word 7.0 has an extensive auto-correction library designed to catch most of the common spelling errors. To test this, purposely misspell the, ETH, at the start of your document and watch as the autocorrect changes it. To add entries to the autocorrection tool, choose Autocorrect from the Tools menu. Inside the dialog box, you can see the words and characters that are part of the autocorrection library. You can customize this menu by adding or deleting selections. To avoid repetition in your thoughts, Microsoft Word 7.0 is also equipped with a thesaurus. To use this tool, select a word in your document by holding down the left mouse button and dragging the mouse over Powerful in the second paragraph until it is completely highlighted. From the Tools menu, select Thesaurus. As you can see, a dialog box appears with alternative suggestions for the chosen word. You can see that these tools are not only designed to correct errors, but to increase the overall verbal effectiveness of your documents. Saving and naming your file. Of course, all the tools that we have discussed in this section are useless unless you know where to find your document. As you are working on your document, it is a very good idea to save it as often as possible. First, though, we should give your file a name. The file that we have been working on is entitled Microsoft Word EX.1. The first time you choose Save from the File menu, this dialog box will appear. One of the best new features of Windows 95 is the ability to give your files long names. As a matter of fact, you can name your file up to anything you wish, up to 256 characters with very few restrictions. To name your file, choose the Save option under the File menu. The Save dialog box will appear, and the area called File Name will be highlighted. Simply type what you wish to name your document. Click OK, and Microsoft Word EX.1 on the title bar will be replaced with your file name. To bring back the Save dialog box, choose Save As from the File menu. In addition to naming files, you can choose where to store your documents from this dialog box. Documents can either be stored to the default Documents folder in another existing folder, or in a new folder that you create. The folders work much like manila envelopes that you use every day in your home or office. To create a new folder, click your left mouse button on Create Folder icon. When the New Folder dialog box appears, simply type the name you wish to call your new folder. From this box, choose Options to customize the save parameters. From this menu, you can choose your saving options, including how often you want your document auto-saved. In this section, we have introduced some of the powerful features of Microsoft Word 7.0. With practice, you will be able to create documents that will make a dramatic impression. Section 4, using Microsoft Excel 7.0. Creating and manipulating spreadsheets. Microsoft Excel 7.0 allows you to organize your data in the spreadsheets, complete with complex formulas and charts. The first time that Microsoft Excel 7.0 is opened, you will notice the title on the title bar is called Microsoft Excel Book EX1. In the Microsoft Excel 7.0, spreadsheets are stored in files called books. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, there are sheet names. You can store up to 16 separate sheets in one book. These sheets can be individually named by simply right-clicking your mouse on the Sheet Number tab and choosing Rename from the pop-up menu. In this fashion, you can name the individual sheets in your workbook. You will find that by using these workbooks, you can organize all related data in a report with ease. In this section, we will not only show you how to create and manipulate a spreadsheet, but how to strengthen its effect by inserting graphs and charts. Manipulating cells. The spreadsheet is separated into numbered rows and lettered columns. The intersection points are also known as cells. These cells are where data is inserted, such as text, numbers, or formula. Learning to manipulate the cell is the most basic part of the spreadsheet operation. As you can see, the text in cell B1 is too large for the current size of the cell. By moving our mouse to the lines separating either rows or columns, we can change the size. Move the mouse to the lines separating columns B and C. As you can see, the mouse pointer changes to a black sizing arrow. By simply clicking and holding the left mouse button, you can change the size of the cells in the particular row or column. By changing the size of these cells, you can accommodate larger numbers or text labels. Adding text labels to the cells. After sizing the cells, the next step is to categorize and enter your data. To do this, you must insert text labels into your rows or columns and numerical data into cells. Inserting and formatting text labels and numerical data. To insert text labels, double-click your mouse on cell D1 and a cursor will appear. Type the word countries and press the return key when done. Using the text formatting tools introduced in the Microsoft Word 7.0 section, you can manipulate the text in these cells. Font type and size can be changed, and boldface, italics, and underlining can be added. Click on the B icon to put the countries label into boldface. Under the text labels, you can begin inserting your numerical data. Note that numbers can be manipulated in the same fashion as text. Special numerical formatting options. When entering your numerical data, note that there are several numerical formatting options available on the application toolbar. To use these numerical formatting options, simply select the numbers that are in the cells E2 through E5 by clicking and dragging your mouse over the cells, then choosing the appropriate formatting option from the toolbar. As you can see, the chosen numbers have been formatted as if they represented money. If you wish to format your numbers in a different fashion than the choices on the application toolbar allow, choose the Cells option under the Format menu. You will see that the numbers in the cells can be formatted in virtually any fashion. Adding color to the cells. To add color to your text headings or numerical data, select D1 through F1 cells by clicking and holding the left mouse button, then dragging the mouse across those cells. Click the left mouse button on the color icon on the application toolbar. You can then choose color you wish to use as a background for your text labels and numerical data. Let's choose yellow. By using the Font Color button on the application toolbar, you can also change the color of the typeface inside the cells. This can be used to add emphasis to a group of numbers or to delineate between labels and data. Inserting formula. Once the text labels are set and the numerical data entered, we are ready to start inserting formula. The formula can be used to perform virtually any mathematical function on the numerical data that is included in the individual cells. We are going to add the data in several of our example cells for this exercise. Choose a cell to insert your formula by double-clicking the left mouse button on a cell. Point your mouse cell to F2. When the cursor appears, you must alert Microsoft Excel 7.0 that you are about to create a formula by typing an equal sign. In order for the formula to be accepted, you must be performing a valid operation. Since there are literally hundreds of acceptable formula, use your answer wizard to help you phrase your specific formula correctly. Using formula on two cells. In this example, we're going to add together the numerical data in two cells. To create a simple addition formula, type the name of the first cell you wish to add, in this case, cell E2, or simply point the mouse to the cell. The cell name will then appear in your formula after the equal sign. Push the plus sign on your keyboard, then select the second cell to add to your formula, cell E3. After selecting the two cells to add, simply press the return key. A number replaces the cell references. If you point your mouse to this number, and look up in the editing area, you can see the formula that we have added. By changing the numbers in the cells that are being added, we can change the results in our formula cell. This technique you have just learned will work when performing any mathematical operation on the numerical contents of two cells, adding, subtraction, multiplication, or division. Using a formula on more than two cells. Using formula that involve more than two cells is a bit more involved. Let's say we wanted to average the results of all the numbers in the sales column. To begin, simply choose a cell where you wish your formula to appear. In this case, we will choose cell G2. Highlight it by left-clicking the mouse. As before, start your formula with an equal sign. In this example, we are going to calculate an average of the numerical data in all four cells that are part of the sales column. To begin calculation of the average, type the word average after the equal sign, and then type a bracket sign. This bracket tells Microsoft Excel 7.0 that we are including several cells in our formula. By then pointing our mouse at the first cell we wish to go into our calculation and left-clicking, in this case, cell E2, we see that it is automatically added as the first cell in our formula. We are now ready to select all the cells that we wish to be included in our average. To do this, we hold down the left mouse button and drag the mouse over all the cells we wish to include. Do you see the dashed lines which appear around the cells that we are selecting? This indicates that those cells have been included in our formula. As we add cells, the formula adds a colon, which indicates that we are to include all cells from the first to the last that we have selected, from E2 to E5. When we have selected all cells to be included in our average, type a bracket. This indicates that our formula is finished, and you can see the results in the cell. Instead of averaging the cells, you can also type the word sum, and all of the selected cells will be added together. These are just two of the operations that Microsoft Excel 7.0 is capable of understanding. With practice, you will find many more useful operations. Keep in mind that what we have demonstrated will work any time you wish to perform an operation on many cells. Creating a multiple operation formula. Of course, there are many situations which will call for more than just a single operation in a cell. In our example worksheet, let us assume that there is a fixed expense cost for the items we sell of $10 per total sales. So if we wanted to figure out our profits for a given country, we would have to make a formula that would subtract the sales from the item cost, then subtract $10 from the result. We will put this formula under the profits expense column in our worksheet. When adding multiple operations to a formula, start your formula normally. Select a cell for the formula and type an equal sign. We want to subtract the data in this cell from this one. You would simply select it so that it appears like this, equals E2, and then type in the minus sign. Then type B2. Remember, for the sake of this demonstration, we will also automatically subtract 10 from the result. To do this, we simply type minus 10 after B2, and our formula is done. As you can see, the contents of the E2 have been subtracted from B2, and our imaginary expense of $10 has been added to give our profits expenses from the United States sales. Using this technique, you can add as many operations as you wish to your formula. Sorting data. When entering a large amount of numerical data, it may be useful to sort it by given categories. Sorting data in your spreadsheet is a fairly simple matter with Microsoft Excel 7.0, requiring only a couple of steps. For this demonstration, click on the tab at the bottom of the screen which says Sorting. This is the second sheet of our workbook. Remember, we can have up to 16 sheets in each workbook. Select all cells from the region and sales columns, including the text labels. Select the data menu by clicking the left mouse button, then select Sort. The sorting dialog box will appear, allowing you to sort your data by the categories of your text labels simply by choosing it from the drop-down box. You can sort either ascending or descending, and then the results of the sort are instantly applied to your numeric data. In this case, we want to do a sort to see each region's sales, from best to worst. Select the cells from A3 to B11, including the text labels. Select Sort from the data menu. Choose Sales as the Sort By column and choose Sort Descending. The regions are now sorted by sales ranking from best to worst. Making charts. By inserting graphical charts to illustrate your data, your spreadsheet can become a powerful presentation tool. Microsoft Excel 7.0 allows you a great deal of flexibility when creating and editing charts. Charts can now be made with the use of the Chart Wizard. This tool gives you choices and previews through every step of the chart creation process. Select the data that we sorted in the last exercise for inclusion in the chart by clicking and holding the left mouse button. Make certain to include the text labels. You can keep your chart in the same sheet or move it to a different sheet within the workbook. For the purpose of this demonstration, we will keep the chart on the same worksheet. After selecting the data for your chart, click on the Chart Wizard icon. Your pointer will be replaced with a chart selector. Using this selector, you can size your chart by clicking and holding the left mouse button and dragging the chart to a desired size. Given the amount of the categories in this chart, make it pretty large. After the chart has been sized, a dialog box will ask you how you want your chart to appear and how you want to format it. For this demonstration, we will want to create a pie chart which divides the regions by percentages of sales. By following the instructions of the Chart Wizard, you will be able to create a chart in a matter of seconds. Chart Wizard will ask you if you want to give the X and Y axis names, and will give you the option to change the font and color of the chart's labels. Once your chart is finished, you can manipulate the data in the cells to create the chart. Change the sales number in the Southeast region to 3000. As you can see, as the numbers in the cells change, the chart is updated to reflect the new value. This is known as linking. In other words, the data in the cells used to create the chart are linked to the chart itself. Inserting data maps. A new feature of Microsoft Excel 7.0 is the ability to insert graphical maps into your spreadsheets. These maps can be used to illustrate data that has to do with certain regions of the world. To insert a map into your spreadsheet, make certain that you have a column that represents geographic data. For this exercise, we can use the data contained in the Countries column of Sheet 1. To return to Sheet 1 from our sorting sheet, simply click the left mouse button on the tab at the bottom of the screen. Using your mouse, select the geographic data as well as any numeric data that you want inserted in the map. Select the numeric sales data and the countries text by pointing your mouse at the start of the data to insert. Click and hold the left mouse button, drag the mouse over the area to be inserted into the map. Select the map icon from the application toolbar and your mouse pointer will be replaced with a crosshair for inserting and sizing your map. Size the map by left-clicking and holding your mouse, then dragging the desired dimensions. What you will see is a map of the world with the countries you have specified in your spreadsheet highlighted. Since all the countries in our example spreadsheet are in one area of the globe, we should zoom into that area. By clicking on the Zoom button, you can magnify the map to represent the area of the world that your data reflects. You can add the country names or even custom labels to the map simply by pointing the clicking and proper tools on the mapping toolbar. Let's add the names of the countries we are working with in our example. Updating the map when you change data in the cells is a matter of one mouse click. We will change the sales data for Brazil in our example cells. Notice how an exclamation point appears in the upper left-hand corner of the map. This is a warning that the data in the map has been changed and that the map must be updated. By clicking on the exclamation point, the map is updated to reflect the new data values. You may also notice that the countries are colored in a very unexciting gray. We can change this color by simply double-clicking on the sales icon of the mapping toolbox. A dialog box will appear and a new color can be easily chosen. For the purpose of our example, we will choose red for our color. The mapping tool makes it very easy to color code and organize data in any countries in the world. Additionally, we can change the title box, World Countries, by simply double-clicking on it and renaming it Sales from Canada to Brazil. By using maps, we can organize global data in an instant. Creating and using scenarios. When creating spreadsheets that will include projections and estimates, the Microsoft Excel 7.0 Scenario Maker is a very useful tool. For this exercise, we will use the scenario sheet in our workbook. Simply point your mouse to the Scenario tab at the bottom of the screen and left-click. For this example, we will set up scenarios that have to do with the sales of a certain number of $10.95 products. We will select these cells in the Units column by clicking the left mouse button and dragging until all the cells we wish to change are selected. You can then select Scenarios from the Tools menu. When the Scenarios dialog box appears, click on Add. You will then be asked which cells are to be included in your scenario and what name you wish to call it. Since we're going to use this scenario to project sales, we will call it sales of 10,000. After naming the scenario, you will have to enter your scenario data into the Scenario Values dialog box, which is on your screen. Since we are calculating sales based on 10,000 for this example, enter the numbers 5,000, 3,000, 2,500, and 1,500 into the cells. After the values are entered, you can then show the scenario with a mouse click. Just click on the scenario name and the values are automatically loaded into the cells. You can see that we have made another scenario for you, reflecting the sales of 20,000 units. By repeating this procedure, you can create several scenarios which will insert themselves into the empty data cells. By creating your scenarios before a meeting, you will be able to minimize your data entry time. The scenarios are easy to edit once made, so you will be able to play with different numbers with a minimum of delay. Using the function wizard. Instead of trying to guess which formula Microsoft Excel 7.0 needs in order to perform a specific function, why not use the function wizard? Using the function wizard, you will be able to get explanations and definitions for all spreadsheet functions with a mouse click. To demonstrate, clear the formula we made from under the average column on sheet 1. You can clear the formula by selecting the cell, clicking the left mouse button to highlight, and pressing the backspace key. Let's generate the average in a different fashion. From the application toolbar, click on the function wizard icon. A dialog box appears with the names of the functions in the right-hand window. A definition of the selected function is available at the bottom of the box. Simply scroll through the choices in the box until the word average is visible. Choose average by clicking the left mouse button on the word. Click your left mouse button on the first cell that you wish to average, cell E2. Hold down the left button and select all other cells you wish to include. Once the cells are selected, click OK in the function wizard box. You see that the formula has been set up, and all we had to do was insert the relevant cells. Using this tool will cut down on time needed to look up and perform specific spreadsheet functions. Saving and naming your workbook. Saving and naming these files is accomplished in the same way as saving Microsoft Word 7.0 files. Choose Save from the File menu and follow the same instructions given when saving the document files in the previous section. As you can see, with our sample spreadsheet, we can create powerful applications using a few simple techniques. Section 5, Microsoft Scheduler Plus. Creating a schedule file. Using Microsoft Scheduler Plus, you can not only organize your appointments, but keep track of contracts and tasks. Microsoft Scheduler Plus is more than just a simple day timer. It has many other useful functions as well. Adding appointments. In the sample file, we have added several appointments under the date of November 16, 1995. To view these appointments, simply choose that date from your calendar. To add an appointment in Microsoft Scheduler Plus, simply click on the time of the appointment with your left mouse button. The appointment dialog box appears on the screen. In that box, you can edit the time of the meeting and the description of the meeting. For the sake of this demonstration, we will make the meeting with a Mr. Smith at 10:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m. Moreover, by using the tabs at the top of the box, you can edit the attendees of the meeting, add notes about the meeting, or add notes using the planner field. Creating a contact list. In addition to keeping track of your appointments, use Microsoft Scheduler Plus as an electronic business card holder. To insert a new contact into your list, named Mrs. Joanne Wilder, click on the Insert menu and choose Contact. Under the last name field, type Wilder. Under the first name field, type Joanne. By using the other fields, you can add such information as address, phone number, and title. Click your mouse on our sample contact, and you will see how easy it is to add other information. Using the tabs associated with this feature, you will be able to add as much information as you wish about a business or personal contact. After inserting the data, return to the contact screen using the tabs on the left of the binder. You will see that the contact list now includes the examples which we have just filled out. After we have finished editing our contact, we return to the Daily Planner screen by clicking on the Daily tab at the left. Creating a to-do list. By clicking the mouse in the lower right-hand corner, we can create and edit our to-do list. This list is useful for keeping track of all the miscellaneous projects that we have to accomplish during the days and weeks. Using the to-do dialog box, we can input what kind of task we have to accomplish, what time frame we have to do it in, the status of the project, and any notes we may have about the task. By clicking on the check mark box as we complete tasks, they are removed from our list. Section 6. Putting it together. Of course, the real power of Microsoft Office 95 is the ability to share and merge information between applications. There are several ways to share this information that we are going to discuss in the next section. Using the application toolbars. As we discussed earlier, the application toolbars contain tools to easily share information between applications. For example, Microsoft Word 7.0 has an icon which allows for the easy importation of Microsoft Excel 7.0 spreadsheets. By clicking on the icon, a group of cells appear, much like when the tables icon is pressed. Simply click the left mouse button and drag the pointer until the spreadsheet is the appropriate size. For our example, we will make it 4 rows by 4 columns. A spreadsheet will appear in the selected area of your document. This spreadsheet can be manipulated like any Microsoft Excel 7.0 spreadsheet, including the additions of the formula and text labels. When you are done manipulating the spreadsheet, simply click the mouse outside the spreadsheet border to deselect. Using Paste and Paste Special. In addition to the toolbar icons, information can be shared from spreadsheets to documents by using the Paste and Paste Special commands under the Edit menu. By copying information from a spreadsheet using the Copy command under the File menu, you can then paste it to the document. Once the information is copied from the spreadsheet, you have 2 insertion options into the document. Paste simply inserts the information. It can then be edited by double-clicking on the spreadsheet. However, this is a standalone spreadsheet now. There is no relationship between the spreadsheet and the document and the original it was copied from. Paste Special allows us to insert the spreadsheet and create a link between it and the original. This allows much more flexibility because if we change the data in the original spreadsheet, the data is automatically changed in the link copy in our document. This technique works with spreadsheets, maps, and charts. By pasting information, we can easily share and change our data so that our reports remain current. By using these tools together, you will see that your reports and newsletters take on a more powerful and compelling appearance. Section 7. End of Tape 1. In this first tape, we've introduced you to Microsoft Office 95 and 3 of its major components. In Part 2 of this tape, we will discuss Microsoft Access 7.0, Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, Microsoft Binder, and the Microsoft Exchange. We hope you've enjoyed the first part of our Microsoft Office 95 series and found it very educational. Thank you for choosing Silicon Mountain Training, and consider our products anytime you need help with your software training. Microsoft Office 95 Part 2, Microsoft Access 7.0, Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, Microsoft Binder, and Microsoft Exchange. Microsoft Office for Windows 95, Part 2, Section 1, Introduction. Welcome to Microsoft Office 95, Part 2. During our time together, we're going to discuss and demonstrate the basic usage of some of the most powerful components of Microsoft Office 95. What's on this video? In Part 2 of this instructional video, we're going to interactively present and demonstrate the following components of Microsoft Office 95, Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, Microsoft Access 7.0, and Microsoft Binder. As a special edition, we'll also discuss the Microsoft Exchange email and fax software. The topics covered will include using Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, learn the basics of creating and manipulating a presentation, include animation, graphics, and even movies. In this section, we'll manipulate and organize a sample presentation, getting you well on your way towards developing professional quality presentations. Using Microsoft Access 7.0. Instead of just creating a bland spreadsheet with a list of data, why not use the database development tools of Microsoft Access 7.0? Instead of just putting data on a list, you'll create personalized data applications. In this section, we'll introduce and demonstrate some basic database development concepts. These concepts will include creating tables, custom reports, and forms. Using Microsoft Binder. Are you tired of trying to organize the application files associated with a specific project you're working on? By using Microsoft Binder, you'll find that it's a snap to group and edit related application files. Configuring the Microsoft Exchange. Even though this is not technically a part of Microsoft Office 95, learning to coordinate your email and faxes are an important part of home or office. In this section, we'll walk you through a sample configuration of the Microsoft Exchange and demonstrate its usage. The Interactive Examples Disc. Instead of just being a lecture, the demonstrations on this tape are meant to be interactive. To that end, we have packaged a disc with several example files that should help you learn the skills taught in this video. To use this disc, it is suggested that you copy the entire Interactive Examples folder from the floppy disk to your hard drive. To copy the folder, double-click on your My Computer icon. From the window, double-click on the icon representing your 3 and your half-inch floppy drive. A window will open and a folder will be displayed. You can either drag this folder to your desktop or drag it to the hard drive icon in the My Computer window. The example files that we'll be using in this video are Microsoft Access Example Database and Example Presentation. These files are sample applications made with the various Microsoft Office 95 components. In order to use them, you must have a copy of Microsoft Office 95. Section 2. Using Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0. Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0 allows a user to create and show their ideas in the form of slide presentations. In this section, we're going to show you that by using Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, you can easily create a dramatic and effective presentation for any project. Creating slides. When we want to create a new graphic for our presentation, we must put it on a slide, which is simply a blank canvas for our ideas. We can create as many of these slides as we wish for our project. To create a new slide, click this icon on the application toolbar with your left mouse button. The New Slide Layout dialog box appears. From this box, we can choose several pre-made slide formats. These formats include slides with tables, charts, and space reserved for pictures and other graphics. By using this slide layout sheet, we can include such things as organizational charts and pre-made graphs into our slides. For our demonstration, choose the blank slide from the dialog box by moving the mouse to this layout and left-clicking. This blank slide is now ready for us to insert whatever we wish. Inserting text into the slide. By using the tools on this toolbar, we can insert text and free-form drawings into our slides. Clicking on the text tool icon allows us to insert a text box into our slide. Left-click the mouse on the text tool icon, and our arrow turns into a text box shaping tool. Using this tool, we can size and insert a text box into our slide. To size the text box, click and hold the left mouse button, drag the dotted lines until the box is of the desired size, then release the button. A cursor appears and you are ready to start writing your text. Type inserting text is quite simple into this box. By left-clicking on the border of the text box, we can move it around the slide to a new position. Changing font size and appearance. We can make the text in our text box any typeface we wish by clicking on this arrow, which will show us typefaces we can choose from. Choose the typeface called Arial by highlighting it and left-clicking. In the same fashion, we can also manipulate the size of the typeface. Left-click the mouse on this arrow and choose size 32 for our text. We can also increase or decrease font size by clicking on these icons, which will either increase or decrease the size of the typeface by 2 per mouse click. Font size and typeface can also be changed by right-clicking on your mouse inside the text box and choosing Font from the pop-up menu. The dialog box allows you to manipulate the size and appearance of your typeface. Changing font color and format. The color of the typeface is black by default, but can be changed in order to add variety or emphasis to our presentation. Additionally, we can add boldface, italics, underlining, or shadowing to our text with the use of these icons. In this lesson, we will learn how to customize our slides in this fashion. For this example, left-click on the scroll bar at the right of the screen until the box in the lower right-hand corner says Slide 3 of 4. Select the text box which contains the word boldface by left-clicking on the word itself. The gray text box border will appear, and we can begin manipulating our text. Select the word boldface by left-clicking and holding the mouse at the beginning of the word, and dragging until the entire word is highlighted. On the application toolbar, left-click on this icon, and the selected text will appear in boldface. Deselect the word by simply left-clicking anywhere inside the text box. Using the same procedure, we will add italics, underlining, and shadowing to the respective words inside the text box. To add color, simply select the word color in the same fashion used before, and click on the text color icon in the application toolbar. By clicking on the other color selection, we can pick any color we wish for our typeface. Inserting drawings and clip art into the slides. Using Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, we can add much more simple text to our slides. Clip art and custom drawings can be inserted to heighten interest in our presentation. We will demonstrate this by adding a drawing into the slide we manipulated in the last lesson. By using the icons in this toolbar, we can create lines, rectangles, ellipses, arcs, and free-form shapes into our slides. By clicking on this Auto Shape icon, we can choose from a large variety of pre-made shapes to insert into our slide. Left-click on this icon and choose the Star tool from the pop-up box. The arrow turns to a crosshair, allowing us to left-click the mouse and drag the star to the desired size. Once we let go of the mouse button, these handles appear, which allow us to resize and move the star anywhere in our slide. Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0 comes with an extensive library of clip art, which gives us the option to include pre-made artwork into our slides. To insert a clip art image, click on the Insert Clip Art icon on the application toolbar. From this dialog box, we can choose clip art from over 24 categories. To choose a piece of clip art for our slide, double-click your left mouse button on the picture itself. The clip art toolbox disappears, and our picture is now in our slide. Note that we can move the clip art picture around the slide by using the handles, as with any other object. If you decide you don't like this particular picture in your slide, double-click on it, the clip art toolbox reappears, which allows us to choose any other graphic to insert. Animating text and drawings. Another way to make your presentation more memorable is through the use of text animation and special visual effects. For this example, choose slide 4 of 4, which says animation in blue letters at the top. Left-click on the word animation to highlight its text box. By clicking on the Animation Effects icon in the application toolbar, you can now build animations for the text inside the box. From the Animation toolbox, select Drive in Effect. Click on the X in the upper right-hand corner of the toolbox to close. Deselect the animation text box by clicking your left mouse outside the border of the slide. Select the text box which begins with the words "Make your point" by left-clicking on those words. Left-click on the Animation Effect icon and choose Drop-in Text Effect from the Animation toolbox. Deselect the toolbox by clicking outside the slide border. To view our animation, click on the slideshow icon at the bottom right of the screen. Left-click the mouse to show the first animation, then again to show the second. As you can see, these animations can be a great addition to your presentation. By clicking our left mouse button again, we can run through every slide in our presentation. Note that any object in a slide can be animated, including drawings and clip art. Inserting movies. To take advantage of the multimedia capabilities of Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0, why not add a movie clip to your presentation? Movie clips can be inserted into the slides in the same fashion as text or clip art. Note, the movie clip we are going to use for this demonstration does not come with Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0. It's part of a separate software package. This is meant to be a demonstration only. To insert a motion picture clip, choose Movie from the Insert menu at the top of the screen. The Insert Movie dialog box will appear, and we can choose a movie clip from the appropriate folder. The first frame of the movie will then be visible on our slide, outlined with handles. We can then control how we want the movie to be shown by using the animation settings under the Tools menu. Using the tools in this dialog box, we can choose how we want to introduce our movie into our presentation, if we want the movie to be played during the course of our presentation, and how we want to continue after the movie is played. Don't hesitate to use the power of motion video to make a more attractive presentation. Inserting and deleting slides. As stated in the beginning of this section, you may add as many slides to your presentation as you wish by moving the scroll bar at the right of the screen. You can flip through all the slides that are included in your presentation. When you wish to add a slide in a certain point, click on the Insert New Slide icon on the application toolbar. By doing this, you can very easily make last-minute additions to your presentation. By clicking our left mouse button on the Edit menu and choosing Delete Slide, we can remove any slide from our presentation that has become obsolete or redundant. Changing slide appearance. When we insert new slides or create entirely new presentations, the slide background and appearance always looks the same. We can easily customize this to give our slideshow a more personalized look. To change the default colors in the slide layout, choose Slide Color Scheme from the Format menu. As you can see, Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0 has several pre-made color schemes that you can choose from with a single mouse click. By left-clicking on the Custom tab at the top of the toolbox, you can create your own slide color scheme using whatever colors you wish. By using the Custom tab, you have control over virtually every on-screen element of your presentation. To change the slide background from the default white to another color, choose Custom Background from the Format menu. It's important to note that we can accomplish the same results by simply right-clicking on any slide and choosing Slide Color Scheme or Custom Background from the pop-up menu. By mastering the use of these tools, you can choose any color you wish as a slide background, or choose from such options as shaded or textured backgrounds, custom pattern backgrounds, or even insert a picture as a background. In other words, it takes very little effort to create a presentation that is uniquely your own. Adding transitions to our slideshow. Instead of having our slides just blink in and out of the screen, add visual variety with the use of animated transitions. To insert a transition, choose a slide using the scroll bar at the right-hand side of the screen and clicking on the down arrow. The slide number will appear in the lower right-hand corner of our screen. For this demonstration, we will choose slide 3 of 4 for our transition. To build our transition, from the Tools menu, we choose Slide Transition. From the Slide Transition dialog box, we can choose what kind of effect we want to add between our slides. To do this, we click on the down arrow underneath the Effect box. For this transition, scroll down to Checkerboard Across and apply it to our slide. Do you see how the preview box to the right shows us what our transition will look like? By using the other options of this box, we can choose the speed of our transition. We can also choose whether or not we want to control our transition with a mouse click or a timer. Effective use of these transitions will help accentuate points of special interest within our presentation and add visual variety. Using the Slide Option toolbar. As you can imagine, it does not take long before we have created many slides for a particular presentation. It can quickly become very cumbersome to try and remember what effects we used on what slide, and to try and get a feel for our show by simply scrolling through the slides using the scroll bar at the right-hand side of the screen. In order to make your previewing process easy, you can use the different slide viewing options on the toolbar in the lower left-hand corner. These options will allow you to preview and organize your presentation at any point in the editing process. During our examples, we have been working strictly in the Slide View option. This option gives us our slide in full screen, which we can size by clicking on the zoom box at the top right-hand side of the screen. This view is best for creating and building our slides. However, it may be better to use some of the other options on this toolbar for certain functions. For example, to write or view any note to yourself during the preparation process of your presentation, simply click on the Notes page view icon. A blank page will appear below your slide, which you can insert your own notes to yourself. By clicking on the slideshow icon, you can view your entire presentation at any time. This option shows you how your presentation will appear from start to finish. At any point during the slideshow presentation, you can right-click your mouse and bring up the Slide Navigation pop-up menu. From this menu, you can navigate through your slides, skip to a certain slide, or perform many editing functions. By using the slide sorter view, we have an overview of every slide in our presentation. From this view, we can easily arrange our slides into a new order. To move a slide to a new position within the presentation, simply click and hold your left mouse button on the slide. A black border will appear around the slide and a small square will be attached to your pointer as you move it across the screen. For our example, click and hold on slide 4 and drag it up to where slide 2 is currently located. After you have moved the slide to the new position, release the mouse button and the two slides will be in their new positions. The next time you show your presentation, the slides will appear in their new positions. End of section 2. In this section, we have shown you the basics of how to build a slide presentation. By practicing the skills taught in this section, you will quickly be producing professional quality reports and presentations. Section 3, using Microsoft Access 7.0. Do you have a list of information you would like to customize? By using the extensive database construction utilities in Microsoft Access 7.0, we can create and manipulate lists of information in virtually any manner we wish. We can create databases that contain information in any manner we wish to present it. In this section, we're going to introduce and demonstrate some of the basic facets of this application and teach you some of the basic skills to build your own database. Note about Microsoft Access. This application only comes with the professional version of Microsoft Office 95. If you have purchased the standard version, you will have to get a separate copy of Microsoft Access. Introduction to the database dialog box. Every time we wish to create a new database using Microsoft Access 7.0, this is the first dialog box we will see. Each of the tabs across the top of the dialog box controls a different component of the database operation. The Tables tab is where the actual design of our data tables is done. Tables are lists where we insert the names of the fields and whether the data in those fields is to be treated as text or as numbers. Data that is inserted into the fields of these tables is known as a record. Each database can be made up of as many individual records as you wish. Designing a table to contain your records is probably the most fundamental part of building a database. The Queries tab allows you to set up different questions for the data you have entered in the fields on your table. For example, let's say that the database that you have designed contains data in 20 separate fields. By using the Query option, you can print out data on screen that only has to do with a certain part of your database, such as customer addresses. You can use queries to find specific data in each of your records. The Forms tab is used to create custom sheets for entering your data. These sheets are based on the field names on your data table. By using forms to enter your data, you will find that the process becomes easier. By using the Reports tab, you can design and view custom readouts for the data in your database. Reports can contain some or all of the information within your main database. Creating and editing a table. As we discussed before, a table is the main component of our database. When creating our database, we must first organize the data we wish to insert into categories. These categories are called fields on our table. To view the contents of our example table, double-click your mouse on the title Example Telephone List. As you can see, our tables contain several fields across the top. These fields are the headers for our data, underneath which we insert our data. To test this, insert some sample data into the third record of our table. Under the last name field, type Smith. Move to the next field using the Tab key, then under the first name field, type John. Under the telephone number field, type 555-5545, and under the address field, type 123 Main Street. As you can see, this record has been inserted into our database. Once you are finished editing your data, click on the X on the top right of the table to close. Inserting fields into the table. To insert new fields into this table, simply highlight the table by clicking the left mouse button once, then selecting the Design option from the right of the dialog box. From the Table Editing box, point the mouse to the blank field after the address label on our text box and left-click. A black arrow will appear and the entire row will be highlighted. To insert a name for this new field, click once in the space under Header Field Name. A blinking cursor will appear, and we can now insert the text label. Let's type zip code into this field so that we can more accurately track addresses. Click on the data type field and choose text from the drop-down box by clicking on the arrow. Even though this is a number, we'll want to treat it as text for the purpose of our list. Formatting fields. Using the Input Mask option under the General tab on the bottom of the screen, we can set up our zip code to appear in a standard format. To do this, left-click your mouse in the blank text box to the right of the Input Mask option. A button with 3 dots will appear. At the right of the text box, this button is the control to activate the Input Mask wizard. Using this tool, you can easily format your zip code field. Left-click on the box to activate the tool, and choose zip code from the list of Input Mask options on the left-hand side of the screen. Once you have chosen the basic look for your zip codes, you will then be able to choose the type of placeholder you wish to use in your database, as well as how you want the numbers to appear. After selecting your options, click on the Finish button, and the cell will be formatted for zip codes. Using this tool, you can format numbers ranging from birth dates to telephone numbers. Working with queries. Once we have entered all of our records inserted into the table, and have the table formatted to our liking, we can begin to manipulate the data contained within our database. Using queries. One way to manipulate this data is by using queries. A query is a summary of certain data within our larger database. In our example file, we have made a query to include only the first and last names of the people on our telephone list. Left-click your mouse button on the Queries tab and double-click on our example query to see the results. Create a query. Queries can easily be made to include any data within the database. To create a new data query, choose New from the right-hand side of the dialog box. By using the Design Query Wizard, we design most simple queries that we would want to use in our database. Choose Simple Query Wizard from the pop-up dialog box and click OK. From the next screen, we will choose Example Telephone Table from the Tables Query dialog box. When the field names appear in the left-hand window, click on the appropriate fields to add our own new query. For the sake of this example, we're going to select the following fields by highlighting them and clicking on the Add icon. The Add icon looks like a small arrow. By highlighting and adding, add the Entry ID number field, the telephone number field, and the last name field. Note that by simply changing the selection in the Tables Query box, we can add fields from several different tables. When we have selected all the fields we wish to include in our query, click the Next button at the bottom of the screen. On the next screen, we will choose a name for our query. Let's call it Name and ID Numbers, and then click on the Finish button. As you can see, our query has been added to the query window. To view the results of our efforts, double-click on the query name. Do not hesitate to make your databases as large as you wish, since the use of queries simplifies the data viewing process. Database forms. Of course, entering data into tables can be a very cumbersome chore. It's very easy to get lost or confused once your database becomes a certain size. In order to make this task easier, you can use Microsoft Access 7.0 to design custom forms. By using forms, you can make the data entry process much easier and customize your database to be your own personal application. Creating a form. By using the form design tools, you can create a professional-looking data entry form in a matter of seconds. To create a form, click on the Forms tab at the top of the database component window. Select New from the right-hand side of the dialog box. Select Form Wizard from the dialog box by left-clicking and choose Example Telephone Table from under the Table or Query dialog box. Click on the OK button at the bottom of the screen. At the next screen, choose which fields we want to add from our table to our form. Since this is a straight data entry form, we'll want to add all of the fields. As with the query in the previous example, simply click on the Add icon until all the fields have been moved from the left Available window to the Selected window on the right. Once all the fields have been added, click Next. In this screen, we need to choose a layout for our data form. We can choose from columnar, tabular, or datasheet. Since this data would look best arranged in columns, make certain that the columnar choice is selected. After choosing the layout, click on Next. To personalize your data form, you can choose an attractive style from the next screen. Microsoft Access 7.0 comes with several pre-made styles from which to choose. For this example, choose the style named Flags and click on Next. In this last window, we will name our data entry form. Simply click on the title box at the top of the screen and type Example Telephone Data Form. After you're done, click on the Next button, then on the Finish button. The data form we have made is now under our Forms tab. We can view this form by double-clicking on its title. Can you see how much easier our data entry can be by creating forms? You can feel free to edit the sizes of the fields or change the color of the form style by simply highlighting on the form name and clicking on Design at the right of the Forms box. Collating data with reports. Just as forms can help us simplify data entry, using reports can assist us in reviewing the results. A data report is a collection of the contents of the individual records. We can create reports in a similar fashion to the way we created the other elements of our database. To begin, click on the Reports tab at the top of the screen. Next, click on the New button at the right of the screen. By clicking on the choices at the top of the screen, you can make reports in a variety of styles. Choose Report Wizard, then Example Telephone Number Table from the first screen and click on OK. From the next screen, we can add fields to our report by clicking the Add icon. As soon as all the fields have been added, click on the Next button at the bottom of the screen. The next screen asks us if we want our fields grouped in any special way. This could be helpful if we're grouping a lot of data from several different companies, for example. For our purposes here, we do not need any special grouping options, so simply click on the Next button. This next setup option allows us to sort the data in our report. We can sort up to 4 separate fields, either ascending or descending. Click on the arrow to the right of the number 1 and select the last name field. Next, select the first name field by clicking on the down arrow next to the number 2. When the report is printed out, it will now sort the data that we have specified. Once both fields have been selected, click on the Next button. The next screen allows us to lay our report out in a variety of fashions. For our purposes, click on the Tabular option and make certain that the orientation is set to Portrait. Once this has been accomplished, click on the Next button. Finally, we can choose a style for our report. These styles can be previewed by clicking once on their names and looking in the preview window. Select the Compact style and click on Finish. We can now view the report we have made by highlighting the name with the left mouse button and then double-clicking. By using these data reports, we can view the data we have entered in an orderly fashion. Using Office links. Microsoft Access 7.0 allows much greater flexibility as far as data output capabilities are concerned. In addition to using internal reports and table generation, Microsoft Access 7.0 allows you to output your tables and reports as Office links. These links can be used to merge with the data contained within your database and other components of Microsoft Office 95. For example, if we wanted to output the report we generated to Microsoft Word 7.0, we could include it in a newsletter or a business report. To do this, we will highlight the report by clicking on its title. By then choosing the Office Links icon on the application toolbar, we can choose to publish our report using Microsoft Word 7.0. Another example would be wanting to export the data in a table to Microsoft Excel 7.0 so that we could build charts and graphs to accompany our data. To analyze the contents of our table with Microsoft Excel 7.0, first highlight the table's title by clicking the left mouse button once on it. Then choose the Office Links icon and the Analyze with Microsoft Excel option to begin analyzing the table. Once the data is in Microsoft Excel 7.0, we can manipulate it like any other spreadsheet, including the ability to add charts. By using these Office links, we have much greater freedom when deciding how we want to present our data to others and how we want it to look. End of Section 3. As you have learned in this section, Microsoft Access 7.0 is a very useful tool for gathering and viewing your data. Instead of merely putting information on a spreadsheet or a card file, you can use the database tools to create personalized applications. Section 4. Microsoft Binder. Many times, a project you are working on will have several parts. For example, a sales proposal may include word processor documents, spreadsheets with charts and sales projections, and a presentation sales pitch. Microsoft Binder 7.0 allows the user to coordinate and group all of the related application files of a given project. By using Microsoft Binder, you can make certain that all the files you need for a given project are in one location. In this example, we're going to use the Binder to group our interactive examples files. Why use Microsoft Binder? Microsoft Binder 7.0 does much more than just group our application files. We can also use it to edit our files and to organize our projects. In this section, we will open and organize a new Binder file. First, open Microsoft Binder and choose New Binder from the File menu. Highlight Blank Binder from the New Binder dialog box and click on OK. We are now ready to begin adding individual application files to our binder. Creating a new binder file. From the Microsoft Binder main screen, select the Add from File choice under the Selection menu. A dialog box appears, which will allow you to scroll through your folders, searching for Microsoft Office 95 application files. Choose the file named Example Presentation from the Interactive Examples folder. The example presentation file we created in Microsoft PowerPoint 7.0 section has now been added as a first part of our binder file. As you can see, the left-hand side of the window now shows the name of the file we have added as our first selection. Note how Microsoft Binder automatically opens the file, allowing us to edit our application file from within the binder if we so desire. Next, let's add the Microsoft Word 7.0 example document to our binder in the same fashion. Simply choose the Add From File option under the Section menu. As you can see, the Word document file is now the active section. Lastly, we will add the Microsoft Excel 7.0 example workbook to our binder. As we add the sections, the new files are automatically activated, but we can easily scroll through them by clicking on the file names in the left-hand margin. We can also choose to rename the files if we wish. Simply right-click your mouse on that section you wish to rename and choose the Rename option from the pop-up menu. By clicking on the Hide Unhide button in the upper left-hand corner, we can work on our application files full screen. Organizing your files with Microsoft Binder. Microsoft Binder also lets us organize our applications in any manner we wish. For example, let's say that we're going to a sales meeting and we want to show our prospective clients our sales figures and charts before we hit them with the slide presentation. With Microsoft Binder, rearranging your application files is a snap. Point your mouse to the example workbook file, left-click, and hold your mouse button. You can now drag the spreadsheet to the first section of your binder. This serves as a reminder that you changed your mind about the order of your presentation. Section 5. Using the Microsoft Exchange. While not technically a part of Microsoft Office 95, the Microsoft Exchange serves an important role in everyday home and office use. By configuring the Microsoft Exchange, you can keep all of your electronic correspondence in one application. In other words, you will no longer need to use separate email and fax software packages. Configuring your Internet email box. Using the Microsoft Exchange, you can set up your Internet email box in a matter of minutes. Double-click your mouse on the My Computer icon in the top left-hand corner of your desktop. You must enter the pertinent data of your email account. This data will include your full name, your email address, the domain name of your Internet mail server, your Internet account name, and your account password. If you're unsure about any of this information, please contact your Internet service provider or in-house network administrator. Once this information is in place, you can click on OK and you are ready to use your Internet email box. Using your email box. To use your email box, double-click on the Inbox icon on your desktop. This will launch Microsoft Exchange and allow you to send and receive your mail. From the Inbox screen, click on the Tools menu and select Remote Mail. Click on the Connect icon on the left-hand side of the application toolbar. This will connect you to your Internet email server, and a dialog box will show you the connection process. Once you are connected, click on the Update Headers icon. This will show you any new mail waiting for you on the mail server. If you have mail, the subject line and who it is from will be displayed in the window. To retrieve this mail so that you can read it, double-click on the message so that you can transfer it. You will know the message is ready for transfer when this transfer tag appears to the left of the message. Once the messages are marked for transfer, click on the Transfer Mail icon and the mail will be sent to your inbox. Click on the Disconnect icon and close the Remote Mail menu. As you can see, the mail has been transferred to the inbox and we can read it by simply double-clicking it. To delete a message, highlight the header and push the Delete key. This will move the message to the Delete Items folder. Don't worry. If you accidentally delete an important message, you can easily retrieve it from the Deleted Items folder. From this folder, we can either choose to retrieve the message or permanently dispose of it. Composing a new message. Of course, you will want to be able to compose entirely new messages, not just reply to those sending you email. To write a new email message, left-click your mouse on the Compose menu. The next step is to choose New Message from this menu. The text editing screen appears, and you can compose your message. Note that the To column is blank, meaning that you'll have to have the email address of the person you are trying to send the message to. Attaching application files to your messages. The two previous sending examples have assumed that you are simply composing or responding to a text-only message. Using Microsoft Exchange, you can also transfer copies of your application files to another person. For example, let's say that you would like to send a coworker a copy of the example presentation file that we used earlier in this video. We must first decide if we are responding to an existing message using reply or sending the application as part of an entirely new message. Once that has been determined, left-click your mouse in the text editing window to begin the process. Choose the paperclip icon from the application toolbar. This will allow us to send files as part of our email message. A file window appears, and you can scroll through your folders until you find the file that you wish to attach to your document. An icon appears in your message indicating that a copy of the file will be sent with this message. Using this process, you can send several separate files if you wish. Using this feature can make it a breeze to update proposals or presentations to coworkers or clients that are in faraway locations. An important note, unless the person you are sending the file to has a copy of the application used to generate the file, they will not be able to view it. In other words, we sent a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation in our example. And unless the person on the receiving end of the message has a copy of Microsoft PowerPoint, they will not be able to use the file we have sent. Sending your message. Once you have composed your document and attached any files you wish, you are ready to send your mail on its way. Click your left mouse button on the Send icon on the application toolbar. The text editing window will disappear, and you will be back at the main window of Microsoft Exchange. To check and see if your message has indeed been prepared for transport across the Internet, left-click your mouse on the Outbox folder. Your message header should appear in this box with a paperclip in this area if any files are attached for transport. From the Tools menu, click on Remote Mail. From the Remote Mail window, click on the Connect icon. Connection time will vary depending on the speed of your modem. When connection has been established, left-click your mouse on the Transfer Mail icon. That's it. Unless you receive any error messages from your server, your mail has been sent. Learning to properly use your email box can be as important as learning any other feature of Microsoft Office 95, as it connects you to a world of other users. Configuring your fax. In addition to email, Microsoft Exchange allows you to configure your fax modem and use the inbox folders to send and receive faxes. To configure your fax modem, double-click on the Mail and Fax icon in the control panel. From the Mail Properties window, choose Microsoft Fax. Click Properties and you can configure the specifics of your fax modem. If you're unsure of the hardware settings of your modem, please consult your user's manual or your modem manufacturer. Using Microsoft Exchange to send a fax. Once the hardware is configured, open the Microsoft Exchange by double-clicking the inbox icon on your desktop. Under the Compose menu, choose New Fax. Choose which location you are sending from. Usually this will be the default location. Then click on the Next button. Type in the fax number and name of the person you are sending to, and click on Next. Choose if you want to send a cover page in this screen, and click again on Next. If your fax has a subject, or you wish to write any notes to the recipient, you may do so on this screen. When finished, click on Next. From this next window, you will choose the file that you want to fax by clicking on the Browse button and selecting the appropriate application file. To clear this window and finish, click on Next, then Finish. Your fax is now on its way, and you will only be alerted if there is an error in sending. With proper configuration, using the Microsoft Exchange is quite simple. The Microsoft Exchange is designed to make the many electronic messaging forms of the modern office much easier to use. With a little practice, you will be sending and receiving messages from people and companies all over the world. Section 6. End of Part 2. During the Microsoft Office 95 series, we have introduced and discussed all of the major components included in the package. By practicing the techniques and features that we have introduced in this video series, you can be sure that you are well on your way to skillfully using this very powerful group of software programs. Thank you for choosing Silicon Mountain for your computer training needs. We hope that in the future, when you consider video-based computer training, that our professionally produced products are your first choice.